for answers. Police in Nashville released chilling surveillance video overnight showing the terrifying moments a shooter entered a small private school. A community now coming together after the targeted attack. We're live with the very latest. Then Battle Royale, Prince Harry just arriving for a second day of court, part of that star-studded privacy lawsuit against a popular British tabloid. The questions this morning, what's at stake, and will he visit his royal relatives? A live report from London just ahead. Plus, Hail Mary. Mary J. Blige is in Studio 1A, the queen of hip-hop soul, here live to talk about her legendary career and a new project in the works. Starstruck, the biggest names in music stepping out for last night's iHeart Awards.
Taylor Swift.
A once-in-a-lifetime talent who is now and forever an icon. My favorite duet partner, Pink. Y'all give it up.
From the performances to the red carpet to who won big, we've got all the highlights. Today, Tuesday, March 28, 2023.
Listening today from Racine, Wisconsin.
Zurich, Illinois.
Salem, Virginia. Let's go, Hokies.
And Westwood, California.
Hi to my parents.
Watching in Park Ridge, Illinois.
We love you, Nana and Papa.
It's Gigi's first time in New York.
On a mother-daughter trip from Williston, North Dakota and Columbia, Missouri. It's Aunt Catherine's 30th birthday.
From Jacksonville, Florida.
Celebrating our 45th anniversary.
Ella Wood for her 15th birthday.
To meet Al Roker on spring break
From Newburgh, Indiana. Here with my beautiful daughter.
Because this Hokie is turning 80.
We are back at 8:13 with a hearing in London that is making headlines around the world.
Yeah, Prince Harry and several high-profile celebrities are taking on the British tabloids in court with accusations of phone tapping and other illegal privacy breaches. NBC's Kelly Kobiea is in London for us. Hey, Kelly.
Hi, good morning, Hoda. Yeah, Prince Harry is here again today. Didn't arrive through the front entrance today. It was the back entrance, but he's in the courtroom with his notebook open, listening to proceedings. He said recently that he wants to change the media landscape, and this case is a big part of that. This morning, Prince Harry arriving for a second day of court over a lawsuit brought against the publisher of the Daily Mail, Associated Newspapers. The Duke of Sussex, Elton John, and several other big-name celebrities accusing Associated Newspapers of violating their privacy. In court documents seen by the Press Association, Prince Harry's lawyers say he felt suspicion and paranoia after seeing some stories, convinced those closest to him were leaking private details to the press, causing friends to be lost or cut off, and everyone becoming a suspect. Prince Harry and the other claimants accused the news group of using a private investigator to spy on them. An Associated Newspaper spokesperson releasing a statement saying a private investigator whose confessions form a key element of a privacy case being brought against Associated Newspapers has denied their allegations that he acted illegally against them on behalf of the Daily Mail or Mail on Sunday, and that he has provided a signed witness statement denying that he was commissioned or instructed by Associated to carry out any unlawful activity, adding the Associated Newspapers vigorously denies all the claims against it. Prince Harry's turbulent history with the media dates back to the death of his mother, Princess Diana. He's long blamed overly aggressive paparazzi for chasing Diana and causing the car crash that killed her. In the aftermath, the tabloids agreed to let Diana's grieving young sons grow up in private, away from the cameras. Harry's lawyer, filing on his behalf in court, said the claimant regards Associated's unlawful acts to amount to a major betrayal, given promises made by the media to improve its conduct following the tragic and untimely death of his mother, Princess Diana, in 1997. In his explosive Netflix documentary, Harry said,
I feel as though being part of this family, it is my duty to uncover this exploitation and bribery that happens within our media.
Fellow claimant Elton John alleging his child's birth certificate was published in the Daily Mail before he and his partner had seen it themselves. And British actress Elizabeth Hurley claims her phone was tapped and that her ex-boyfriend Hugh Grant's car was bugged.
expect in court today, Kelly?
So really, this is Associated Newspaper's chance to argue to the judge that this case should be thrown out. They deny all the allegations, some of which date back to the 1990s. Part of their argument is that these allegations are so old, they really shouldn't be brought forward now. It's a 4-day hearing, so we're expecting all of this to wrap up by Thursday, at which point the judge will decide whether or not this lawsuit can go to trial. Hoda, Willie?
Kelly, is there any indication while Harry's there he might drop in to see his father ahead of the coronation, or his brother perhaps?
Not likely in either case, Willie, and that's because Buckingham Palace says that King Charles is not in London or Windsor. Kensington Palace says Prince William is out of town as well. And really, Prince Harry has sort of made it clear just by his presence here that he wants the focus to be on this case, on what he calls his life's work, to change the media landscape, to put a focus on what he says, the effect he says the tabloids have had on his life. One royal correspondent here in London put it this way. He said that Prince Harry is actually positioning himself as the poster boy for privacy cases. This is one of 3 privacy cases he's brought against the tabloids. Guys.
All right. Kelly Kobia for us there in London. Kelly, thank you.
What's up, guys?
Hey, everybody, welcome back. It is 8:30. It is a Tuesday morning, March the 28th, 2023. We got a great crowd out here on our plaza. Good to see everybody.
Look at the hat. Let's talk about the hat. Talk about it.
Nice.
Go Hokies.
You know what?
Floor-bound.
A really nice guy right over there gave me this Hokie
Very
hat
nice.
that I'm going to wear.
Too bad Craig's not here because you guys could make a bet.
We're gonna. We'll do it.
There will be one.
Yes.
I just signed an autograph.
Yes.
That's old school.
Old school.
It was like it was
Not a selfie.
I was going to say, that's a TRL move.
Michelle, you want an autograph?
And it was a neon pen. It was very nice.
You still remember how to write your name?
Yeah,
It's been a while.
apparently.
All right.
I wrote Ryan Seacrest.
All right, coming up this half hour, we are so excited because Mary J. Blige is here, the Grammy and Emmy winner, taking things in a new direction, writing a children's book. So we're going to talk about its powerful message, her music, her hit TV show, and everything else she's got going on.
Indeed. Also, Chassie Post, she's got some of today's bestsellers, everything you need from fashion to beauty. Also, get your spring cleaning going.
All right. Plus, New York Times bestseller Alison Roman has got a new cookbook out today. That book is all about baking. So we're going to try some of her comfort classics, including a sweet-sounding lemon shaker pie.
Ooh, shake that. Okay, and I hope nobody's alarmed by the wildlife on the plaza. That's right. We are getting up close and personal with the team from Broadway's Life of Pi, including I think friend Richard Parker, who just happens to be a Royal Bengal tiger.
That's unbelievable.
Well, guess what? We're going to
looking
give you
at.
your first look at the spectacular production. production ahead on our third
We're all
hour.
edging away.
On our
Oh,
third
thanks,
hour.
Al.
It's very
On our third
creepy.
hour.
Al just made me the human shield.
That's right. I don't have to run faster than the tiger. I just need to run faster than Willis.
All right, coming up tomorrow on Today, we've got a live performance from the wildly talented Grammy winner, Samara Joy. Welcome back. Willie and I cannot contain ourselves because we are back with the legendary Mary J. Blige.
She is the queen of hip-hop soul, a 9-time Grammy winner, also an Emmy winner, a Golden Globe and Oscar nominee, an entrepreneur. This morning, she's adding another accolade to that list, children's book author.
It is an awesome book. Willie and I have read it. It's called Mary Can't. It's all about overcoming discouragement, negativity to make your dreams come true. Yes. Hi, Mary. How are you?
It's good. How are you? Good to see you.
We're so happy you're here. You look ravishing and incredible.
Thank you.
I love the message of this book. This is so you. I think when it comes, the reason you're sitting here today is because you did not take no for an answer, which is the premise of this book. Tell us about that.
Exactly. I mean, I've come through a lot of things. I've been through a lot of negative things, and the key words, I've been through. So I'm through. And when I got through all of the negative things, I took the darkness that I was living in and I turned it into light, which is the children's book, meaning sharing my experiences with kids all over the world and letting them know that someone was telling me, no, you can't, you won't, you never, and letting them know that they can. If Mary can, you can. That's it.
So what's the message, Mary, to kids who are experiencing some of the no's that you got along the way? People saying, no, you can't do that. What did you learn in those moments that they should know?
Well, I learned that you must believe in yourself more than everyone believes in you. Trust your gut. Be honest with yourself. And if someone's treating you bad or diminishing you or, tarnishing your image in your head about yourself, don't listen to them. And just believe in yourself more than everybody else believes. That's it.
How does that kind of self-belief come? Because you need somebody who tells you that you're enough. Somebody has to tell you, I think, before you can start telling yourself. Do you think?
No. I think that when you've been through so much hell, trial and error, you realize one day you have to love yourself more than people do. Because people are not going to love you the way you can love you or the way God can love you. People are not going to do it. So I had to learn the hard way. You know what? All I have is me in the end, and I have to trust that. And there's a couple like pastors and things like that I was watching on television, and I think it was T.D. Jakes. He said, "What you say about you and what you think about you is more important than anybody else thinks and says about you." Yeah. And it just struck a chord in me. He was like, "Okay, so I have to love myself I have to take care of Mary.
Yeah.
Because nobody else is. I mean, and the thing is this, people don't mean any harm. You know, a person can love you and be with you, but it's not their job to keep you propped up all the time.
Right.
It's my job to keep me propped up.
Yeah.
You know, so that's the work I'm doing every day. So everybody won't have to be like, oh, you're so cute. Oh, you're so talented. I don't need you to say that because I know I am. And I work, you know, I don't sound arrogant like that. I'm not being arrogant. What I'm saying is I have to know that.
Yes, you have to
Or
know
else,
it.
you know, I can't be any good to you if I'm not good to myself. You
I
understand?
Know I Am is the title to the next book. I like that. Now we know.
I mean, you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. Of course I do. So how much fun was it to do this? The illustrations are beautiful. To sit down and tell really your own story as a lesson to other kids.
It was amazing because I wanted the little girl to look like me, the animation to kind of mimic me when I was a child. I wore my hair in 2 ponytails when I was little. I sang everything. This is her favorite thing, singing.
I love it.
And so, you know, and my mother and my grandmother were like my biggest inspirations. They are like the most confident people in my life.
And they always believe.
And they're in the book, so yeah.
Let's quickly talk about your last year. Your 15th album, Good Morning Gorgeous, was nominated for 6 Grammys. You performed at the Super Bowl halftime show. You won your first Emmy. You were given the Billboard Icon Award. You went on tour. You're in season 3 of a hit TV show. I mean, this is your moment, like right now. So if this were the title of a book, this chapter, what would you call this, do you think?
Ain't no stopping us now. Ain't no stopping me.
Ain't no stopping me. You are on an incredible roll. This book is so good, and it does remind you that when a kid is told no, sometimes it's an ouch, but you can turn that beat around, which is what you do in the book. And Mary can.
Yeah, Mary did.
And Mary did.
came, saw, conquered, everything, and still conquering.
We cannot wait to speak with you more in our 4th hour. You're an incredible human being. You make everything a little bit better. Thank you so much. Please pick up Mary Ken.
Yes.
It's on today.com/books. And you can catch new episodes, by the way, of Power Book 2 Ghost. That's Friday on Starz.
Great show.
So there's a lot that Mary's involved in.
Mary, thanks so much.
You're
Great
welcome.
to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Shop Today contributor Chassie Post is here with everything you need, from fashion to beauty, even a little spring cleaning. And of course, all you got to do is you got to scan our QR code, bottom of your screen, and you can shop along with us. Okay, Chassie, you came in bright, which I love bright, and that's kind of where we begin today.
Yes, Hoda, let me tell you about one of the most inexpensive and stylish ways to update the spring wardrobe. It is the baseball cap, AKA the dad hat.
Okay.
Not just for baseballer dads anymore. I mean, we are actually seeing these hats all over influencers, all over celebs, and they're not just wearing them with workout wear. I mean, dresses. This would be a perfect.
So is it the pop of color or the hat itself?
Well, it's the hat itself because it's elevated. No logos. It's all one
just plain.
color.
Okay.
And I mean, at $8.50, I mean,
Look how big my head is.
Well, if you pull it down, I know, but you don't want to mess up your hair.
No,
but
I don't care.
This is what everybody's wearing.
Okay, cool.
$8.50,
cool. Love it.
and you are on
All right,
trend.
let's move on down to these. Look at these cute, trendy outfits on these cute, trendy models.
Alexa and Janelle.
So cute.
Okay, this is a 2-piece set that comes together. It's from Amazon, and it's around $36. And this silhouette is so flattering. You've got the little crop top, and look at these wide leg crop pants.
Love them.
And it's got elastic waistbands, so I can't believe it. Just about $36, and I love the versatility. So many colors. So look, Alexa's ready for spring and her pop of pink, but Janelle is got this fabulous.
She's going out tonight.
Look.
All right, love it.
This is also a great transitional look, Hoda, because you can just throw on a cardigan. I mean, look at how this transforms the look for Janelle. I mean, that's a city look. I want to be wearing that.
And that's so light and easy.
Is. And
you can throw it on.
Cardigan is another one of shoppers' favorites. I mean, what's not to love about an open front, lightweight cardigan?
Throw it on anything.
Pockets, right? And this weight is a 3-season sweater. You can wear it almost all year long.
And like on a plane, it would be good to have. Just throw it in your bag. Yeah.
Almost like a blanket, but better.
Okay.
Okay. So got to tell you guys.
Yes.
This is one of the Shop Today team's favorites. It's a microfiber spa headband.
Right.
And so Adriana Brock, our editorial director, wears these when she is doing her morning and evening
Keeps the hair out of your eyes, wash your hair,
keeps your hair dry.
wash your eyes.
But she also uses these in the shower, so it even covers baby hairs, and you tuck your hair in.
To the shower cap too?
No, just like this, and then the shower water stays off of your face.
okay.
And these are so soft and absorbent, Hoda.
You need it. Usually you
Right?
just throw like a ponytail in and you end up getting wet.
Get this, a set of 3 for $12.99.
Okay, who hasn't done this? You're putting on your deodorant.
This is incredible,
and a mark
right?
gets on.
And you get a stain. You
We've
guys
done
can
it
see
a
this.
million
this
times.
This is a deodorant Be Gone sponge. Check this out, Hoda. You just wipe and it disappears. I mean, can you believe that?
And by the way, that deodorant was kind of wet. We just put it on and
Yep.
it still came
But
off.
look at that. Came off. And I love these. I used to have
Can I
these
see?
in my styling kit when I did fashion
soft,
shoots.
too.
And guess what? The incredible Today wardrobe team saved the day the other day. We had a model with the big deodorant stain.
Yeah.
And everybody's had that. So these are $10 for a set of
Takes 2 seconds,
Yeah,
and
you
they're
don't
soft
even
and
need
squishy.
water. Yeah,
I like.
So
I
easy.
like.
Okay, spring cleaning hacks.
This is the best hanger around, the thin ones. I love these hangers. Yes.
This is the best thing I ever did for my closet. These thin velvet hangers.
gotta have those.
It can fit so
What's
much more
going on
in your
here?
closet. Okay, this is the next level. Check this out, Hoda. You just clip these on. So these are hanger clips, so they transform.
So you
your
can put your
velvet-
pants on
Look,
them.
Check that out.
So
and I
smart.
love it. You get 50 of these hangers for just around $25. You get the little clips, a
Love
set
it.
of 20 for $12.99.
Love it. Let's spring
Okay. Look out. I cannot tell you
What
how
are you
fantastic
talking
this
about?
thing is.
This is
so
awesome.
if you've got a laundry
Yeah.
room or a closet
Yeah.
with all of this, you know, your
Jammed in the
brooms,
corner.
whatever.
Yes.
This is the lifesaver. So this is a broom holder and garden tool organizer. So let's say
snap
you,
it in.
you just push it in.
Oh, yeah.
How
Nice.
amazing is
I
that?
love it.
And they've got spring action.
Can hang hooks.
Yeah. Or if you know you've got garden tools at spring, you want to get gardening.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
All over your
chassis.
garage.
Chassis.
Check it out.
Home run, home run. Again, scan our QR code, head to today.com/shop, and you can try these items for yourself. And we should also mention that the products featured on this segment are available on Amazon, and we have an affiliate relationship with them. Mr. Daly.
You should see what's going on back here, guys. I mean, we're baking up some pies. Allison Roman is here. Finally puts out a new cookbook. It's out today about all things baking. Delicious. We're going both sweet, a little savory, a little mushroom, a little lemon, and a little dollop, which you did just so beautifully there. So Allison's going to show us how to make these. But first, this is Today on NBC. And welcome back this morning on Today Food. We are making sweet and savory pies with New York Times bestselling author Allison Roman. Her third cookbook, congratulations, is out today, and you are getting back to your roots as a pastry chef. It's called Sweet Enough, and it's filled with simple recipes for everybody. And so, yeah, we were talking about how for you, baking was like an entry point into the culinary world.
Yeah, it was sort of the job that they had available at the restaurant I wanted to work at. I had no training in either department, so it didn't really matter. I said, I'll do whatever. And then I was a pastry chef for 6 years. And as a person who's not that into desserts, I feel like that was an interesting choice, but I'm glad I made it.
I'm glad you put some savory desserts in the cookbook too. We're going to start with that.
Yes.
This is your mushroom pot pie, which you say is better than a chicken pot pie.
Yeah, I do say that. And it's not even if you're a vegetarian. I just think that that's like the case. But I'm glad we're doing a savory pie too, because if you're doing a pie, sweet or savory, pie crust is the most important part.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe firmly in doing your butter by hand. But that's also the beauty of this book is that most things are sort of done by hand or without equipment.
Right.
So are you
like the old school baking way. Yeah, I get
we're
that.
doing it old school.
Am I familiar with what?
With pie
Quiz me.
dough.
With pie dough.
Yeah, like the making of it.
Pillsbury pie dough, I am a little bit, but this is the real deal.
Okay, well now that I've made it,
What was the deal with that butter? That you had it cubed. Was that to help break it down?
So it's cold butter and unsalted. And basically, you kind of just want to smash it in. And I think that this is also like a good reminder. Yeah, flour, sugar, salt, a little bit of sugar.
Okay.
Because it's for sweet and savory. But just like have a good time, like play with it. It should feel like you're playing in the bowl of flour. So don't get too precious with it. You can add your vinegar, your ice cold water. The vinegar's in there because it adds a little bit of tenderness. The acidity, boring, helps prevent like gluten formation, which is if you must know.
Al, do you make your own pie crust? You strike me as the gentleman that might do that.
I've tried. I'm not that good at it.
I think you should get over here and try this. I think you would trust yourself to have a much better.
So you make
easier
this
time.
dough. Obviously, it works for sweet or savory. This
Yes.
pie
It's
dough.
like a great all-purpose pie crust. It works for galettes. It works
And
for
can you
double
just
crust
freeze it
pie,
and hold
one
on to it?
pie.
Can there always be a roll of dough in your freezer
And you
sort
know
of thing, or
what?
no?
In my house, there is. There is always a roll. But yeah, so this one is mushroom. And the reason I included savory recipes is because I sort of figure if you can make a sweet pie, you can also make a savory pie. And pot pies, obviously very popular. They don't have to be always meat-based. And I feel like mushrooms are a really great way to sort of showcase like flaky pie crust, creamy filling, all that
What
stuff.
kind of shrooms you working with today, Allison?
We are working with a multitude of shrooms, Carson. These are maitake mushrooms, oyster mushrooms, and
Look at the
regular button
colors.
mushrooms.
But for people at home, they want to make this tonight. Like literally, can they describe any mushroom in the market?
You can grab any mushroom in the market.
Okay,
And I
good
think
to know.
like the nice thing about just cooking with regular sort of button is that they're more affordable, they're accessible, but shocked at the variety of mushrooms available these days. They're really come a long way.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to sort of cook half the mushrooms down.
Are you guys
and
eating
then-
this over there, Hoda?
This
Or are
is
you enjoying
fantastic.
it?
They're going for it. They do not wait for us.
Is there cheese in this?
No, a little bit of cream.
Okay. It's
I know
really
we don't
good.
do a ton of dairy.
So
but
good.
All right, so you just cook
what I
all these
remember.
mushrooms down.
Yeah, we
and
start
add
by
anything to
cooking
them, or-
half.
I'm gonna start eating. You cook.
Yeah.
And then they're like, you have run out of time
You know
now.
what to do.
There is mushrooms, onions, garlic, and you sort of like cook it down,
Delicious.
do the whole thing, salt and pepper, season as you go. And then you end up with these gorgeous little mushrooms
This is
here.
great. This is a little cold. I don't know if it's supposed to be,
Really
but it's
good.
delicious, even chili.
You
Like
know
the
what?
next
It's TV
day.
magic. We add more butter, we add herbs, we add flour, and that's
gosh.
basically the thing that thickens the pot pie filling.
Uh-huh.
Butter.
So good.
There's a cream. I like to make the roux sort of in the pot rather than like
the
using
mushrooms,
28 pots and pans for any pot pie. It makes things a lot easier.
And what is this liquid right here? This brothy thing.
It's broth and it's cream. It's broth and cream, which is,
This is where the
not
magic
cheese,
is.
but not cheese, you know?
No. Let's go.
Add that, and it basically cooks down into something really beautiful that looks like this.
Yeah.
So if you want to add that to here,
Creamy
this is a double
deliciousness.
crust pie, and the reason I like to use a glass bottom pie plate, whether it's a savory pie or a sweet pie, because you can see the bottom bake as it goes, right? So if you're like, how is it done? How do I know? With a glass
do
bottom
it
pie
now.
plate,
So smart.
you can see the bottom.
Right.
Okay, and you got a crust on
Transparency
top.
all around, yeah. And
You
then
do a little crimping around the
you
edges
know,
there.
you
We
can
got about a
kinda
minute,
crimp however
Allison.
you want. Great.
Yep.
1 minute. 60 seconds is more than I thought we had. So we're doing great.
What's the crumbly thing?
Let's try the.
Oh.
It's just the flaky pie crust. That's just
Wow.
how flaky it is.
How about
If
the
you
lemon
can
pie,
even believe
guys?
it.
Yummy.
Do you use a whole lemon in this lemon pie
Put some
recipe?
cream on that.
The whole lemon is in there. So it's
Because
like
it looks like there's part of the.
it is. It's a shaker pie, so
rind or whatever.
it's like a classic sort of thing where they
nice.
use the whole lemon and everything, which I'm a huge fan of. But like same pie crust, and one is sweet, one is savory, one has salt and pepper, one has sugar. It's super versatile.
Is your cookbook 50-50 savory and sweet, or is
No, it's like 95 sweet, 5 savory.
Okay.
I sort of did the savory because I'm like, it's for me, too, you know?
it?
I'm
If you were
like,
going to
yeah.
bake one thing out of your own cookbook, what would you bake?
Wow.
God, tonight?
Yeah, like tonight, what would you make?
Maybe this lemon shaker pie.
Love it.
Yeah.
I love,
It's really
I love
good.
the whole lemon. It's
Wow.
bitter, it's sweet, it's not too sweet. It's sweet enough, as it were.
It's so good, Allison.
Well, get the cookbook, everybody. It is sweet enough, and you can get these recipes also at our website, today.com/food. We're back with our third and fourth hours
Yummy.
coming up. Allison Roman, congratulations
Thank
on the
you
book.
so much.
Always great to see you.
Delicious.
Thank you,
to our
Thank you
eaters.
so much. Yeah, it's a great job. with the
First,
eating.
let's take a quick check of your local news
were excellent.
and weather.
Oh.
Never better.
You guys are great.
This morning on the third hour of Today, Prince Harry's privacy fight. The Prince and other high-profile celebrities taking on British tabloid publishers. The spy tactics they claim were used to steal their personal information. Plus, is your employer spying on you? We're going to show you the new ways some businesses are tracking you at work and watching your computer screen using technology known as Tattleware. Then later, a first look at a new show that's roaring onto Broadway.
Here's one of our puppets now. Wow.
Behind the scenes of Life of Pi, how they're using puppets and imagination to create a stage spectacle. And in Today Food, we're going to help you plan your Easter menu. Top Chef Judge Gail Simmons here to make a Sunday roast today, Tuesday, March 28, 2023.
Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third hour of Today. I'm Dylan here with Al, our cousin of the show. Joe Martin Brooks is here. Chanel and Craig are off this morning. Big show ahead.
Oh, yes.
But you had big news you shared on Instagram. I mean, relatively speaking.
Well,
step in the right direction.
Yes. My knee is shot. I got to get a replacement of the replacement. And so I haven't been able to do my normal walking. And yesterday, just through the dint of the day, I ended up with over 13,000 steps. So
is that your best ever?
Well, not my best ever, but certainly since my surgeries and all that stuff.
Yeah,
and his knee. So but again, just
did you have did you purposefully try to walk a lot, or did you just have a busy day?
I used my treadmill in the dressing room and at work, and I actually went to the NBC Fitness Center for the first time since the pandemic.
You said it. Shocked that they had a makeover.
I know. It's beautiful there now.
I do think it's cool, though, when you see Al in the morning for the meeting, he's on his treadmill walking during the meeting. And so anyone who has an excuse, I don't get steps in, he's the guy to say, think about.
You are our inspiration. I still just sit there while you are walking, but...
And I'm eating.
All right. Well, don't forget, if you'd like to join in on our hashtag Start Today, where we're walking, and it's just a marvelous community, almost 150,000 folks who all lift each other up and support each other. So very exciting. By the way, we all need a little dose of royalty. So let's head across the pond, where Prince Harry has returned to a London courtroom today. The Prince and some other high-profile celebrities suing a British tabloid publisher. They say they were spied on and their privacy violated. NBC's Kelly Kobiella has been following this very closely. Kelly, good morning.
Al, good morning to you. Yeah, Prince Harry is back here again today. He arrived through a back entrance at the courthouse earlier. He's inside listening to proceedings. His lawyer in court filing said some of the Daily Mail's articles had a massive impact on his teenage years. This morning, Prince Harry arriving for a second day of court over a lawsuit brought against the publisher of the Daily Mail, Associated Newspapers. The Duke of Sussex, Elton John, and several other big-name celebrities accusing Associated Newspapers of violating their privacy. In court documents seen by the Press Association, Prince Harry's lawyers say he felt suspicion and paranoia after seeing some stories, convinced those closest to him were leaking private details to the press, causing friends to be lost or cut off, and everyone becoming a suspect. Prince Harry and the other claimants accused the news group of using a private investigator to spy on them. An Associated Newspaper spokesperson releasing a statement saying a private investigator whose confessions form a key element of a privacy case being brought against Associated Newspapers has denied their allegations that he acted illegally against them on behalf of the Daily Mail or Mail on Sunday, and that he has provided a signed witness statement denying that he was commissioned or instructed by Associated to carry out any unlawful activity, adding the Associated Newspapers vigorously denies all the claims against it. Prince Harry's turbulent history with the media dates back to the death of his mother, Princess Diana. He's long blamed overly aggressive paparazzi for chasing Diana and causing the car crash that killed her. In the aftermath, the tabloids agreed to let Diana's grieving young sons grow up in private, away from the cameras. Harry's lawyer, filing on his behalf in court, said the claimant regards Associated's unlawful acts to amount to a major betrayal, given promises made by the media to improve its conduct following the tragic and untimely death of his mother, Princess Diana, in 1997. In his explosive Netflix documentary, Harry said,
I feel as though being part of this family, it is my duty to uncover this exploitation and bribery that happens within our media.
Fellow claimant Elton John alleging his child's birth certificate was published in the Daily Mail before he and his partner had seen it themselves. And British actress Elizabeth Hurley claims her phone was tapped and that her ex-boyfriend Hugh Grant's car was bugged. This is a preliminary hearing. It lasts through Thursday, after which the judge will decide whether this lawsuit can go to trial. Al, Dylan, Jill.
All right, thanks so much. Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
Something will continue
Thanks,
to follow.
Yeah.
Well, it seems like surveillance is the theme of the morning. This morning, we also have our eye on an eye-opening look at how some companies are keeping tabs on their employees. What's it called, Al?
Tattleware.
Tattleware. NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Wynn is here to tell us what it is and how some employees are trying to trick the technology. Good morning, Vicki.
Good morning. Yeah, Tattleware, the surveillance software, it's become a huge industry, about $1 billion. They expect it to double by 2030. And the idea is, we started changing the way that we worked because of the pandemic, right? So right now, 50% of people are back in office, according to a LinkedIn survey. 28% are working remotely fully, and 18% of us are working in a hybrid manner. And so employers feel that they've lost control of the workforce a little bit. They're leaning into this surveillance software because they want to make sure you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. And there are all kinds of sneaky ways they're doing it. They can take screenshots of your face. They can track what's on your actual screen. They can see, how many keystrokes you're doing on your computer at a time. All of this designed to make sure that you're being productive, but it raises a lot of ethical questions, certainly. And you should just be aware, look, if you have a company issued laptop, phone, tablet, odds are it has some kind of surveillance software on it. So treat it accordingly.
Okay.
So how are people doing this? What are these hacks or whatever they're doing to try to make their boss think they're actually working?
Yeah, it really is a cat and mouse game, right, Al? I mean, when you start surveilling people, they figure out workarounds. One of the items that's really being marketed as undetectable to your IT department is called a mouse jiggler. And really, it is exactly what it sounds like. It's a little platform, you put your mouse on it, and it kind of just moves your mouse around a little bit, or you can plug in software that makes the cursor move randomly across the screen. There's a real reason to use this. Let's say you're downloading a huge file and you need your computer not to fall asleep.
Right.
But it's really being marketed as a way to get around your bosses.
I mean, but what happened to just doing what you're supposed to do? Is everyone trying? Is there just, and this is our next topic, should there just be better communication with your bosses saying like, okay, we're working in this hybrid setting. Let's figure out so you don't have to creepily.
Right, if you get the job done, why do you have to spy on me?
Why can't it just be about getting the job done?
Exactly, 100%. That's really the ideal, right? We talked to this professor at Harvard and Villanova, and she specializes in surveillance software, and she says really it comes down to a question of trust and company culture. Is this poor management if you're just going to spy on people, or is it a conversation you need to have with your employees about what you expect from them, what they want out of the job? So forget about the quiet quitting and the bare minimum Mondays. Have that conversation with your boss if you're not feeling fulfilled. Exactly.
I got to take a break here or something, and I'm going to be back.
And they're going to catch up
get the
you
job
eventually.
done.
Exactly.
Vicki, thanks so much.
Thank you. Well, speaking of getting the job done, let's move on to the women's Final Four, now to March Madness. And the Final Four is set. The favorite, South Carolina Gamecocks, Craig's very happy, are back to defend their championship. They defeated Maryland to improve to 36-0 for the season. They will take on the Iowa Hawkeyes. Other side of the bracket, I hear Hoda screaming from her dressing room. The Virginia Tech Hokies reached the Final Four for the first time ever, knocking off Ohio State. I went to Michigan, so happy about that. They will face the LSU Tigers on Friday night in Dallas. Exciting.
Very
awesome.
cool. Wow. Well,
fun.
Speaking of tigers,
Great
we actually have one roaming the studio this week.
I saw it coming and I still didn't expect that.
We are so excited to have the amazing puppeteers from the brand new Broadway show, Life of Pi. Up next, we have a first look at the show and the tale of how they bring good kitty. How they bring these animals to life.
I know.
Third hour of today. I'll be right back.
So real looking. I saw it.
been so cool. This morning, we've been getting up close and personal with a Royal Bengal tiger. He, along with a zebra, an orangutan, and a hyena, they are all some of the stars in Broadway's newest production, Life of Pi.
The stage adaptation first debuted in London, winning 5 Olivier Awards, including Best New Play, Best Actor, and Best Supporting Actor for the puppeteering team who performed as the tiger. It's incredible.
It really is. And now roaring onto Broadway, I got a first look at the show that's tapping into the imagination of audiences everywhere. Based on Jan Martel's 2001 award-winning and best-selling novel, Life of Pi, is giving new breath to Broadway. And I got a behind-the-scenes look. I think we're going to need a bigger boat. The tale follows a 16-year-old boy named Pi, who survives at sea after being shipwrecked with a menagerie of animals, including a Royal Bengal tiger named Richard Parker. The book later becoming a motion picture. Now the theatrical adaptation, written by Lolita Chakrabarti, is making its debut on Broadway, where puppetry takes center stage.
Life of Pi is about faith, survival, and I think most of all it's about hope. I talked to Jan Martel, and he said that the animals should never be cute, they should always be dangerous, and that was a really guiding principle.
But to bring the wild animals to life in front of a live audience was a tall task for the play's creative team, led by director Max Webster.
When somebody said, we're going to bring the Life of Pi to the stage, what was your reaction?
I like big challenges, and I had no idea how we'd do it, how we'd make the tiger alive. I thought we could make a play about imagination and storytelling, and I hope that's what we've tried to do.
Being able to spark the imagination is such a great idea.
It's like a handout to the audience, asking them to play a game with us, asking them to kind of come on stage and imagine the story along with us. And I think that might be one of the reasons why people find the show so moving.
The lifelike puppets are operated by puppeteers who perform alongside Olivier Award-winning actor Hiran Abisekra, who plays Pi.
What is it like working with a puppet tiger or a puppet zebra?
It keeps me on my toes every single time. It's quite magnificent.
Helping to stretch the audience's imagination is Finn Caldwell, the show's puppet and movement director. But as I was finding out more about the production...
So we have, generally speaking, 3 puppeteers that operate each... Here's one of our puppets now. Wow!
One of the play's stars crashed the interview.
Who is that?
So this is Richard Parker. This is the lead puppet in our show.
Did you guys actually study the different animals to get the movement? Because it's very realistic.
Thank you very much. Yes, we did. We looked at real tigers at the zoo and nature videos a lot.
Good kitty. Oh.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. The team researching a tiger's traits, everything from breathing to movements.
Whoa, yeah.
To the animal's roar.
This is freaky.
A rotating group of 3 puppeteers operate Richard Parker.
What does it take for a team to bring a tiger to life?
Focus and attention to detail. You've got to sort of meld your minds to create one character.
We don't get to talk when we're in the puppet, so we don't get to say, let's do this. So you can understand their energies really well.
How physically challenging is this as a puppeteer?
Quite.
Enough.
Yeah.
Enough.
It actually brings your team together stronger because you have to have so much trust in them.
Their show hoping the audience trusts them as well to enter their magical world.
Do you think one of the reasons why audiences have gravitated to this because you can be sitting next to somebody and you each come away with something different?
I think so. It seems to resonate with people in very different and moving ways, really thinking about what is stories, what is life, what is faith, but also is a big entertainment that's joyful.
So you think the version American audiences are going to see, Broadway audiences, is the best version of this?
Absolutely. I'm really proud of that, yeah.
Well, there's a team of 8 puppeteers who operate Richard Parker, but you see 3 of them each night, so it's literally a different tiger each night. Life of Pi now playing on Broadway at the Schoenfeld Theater. Tickets are available. Also, Max, the director, his wife has 5-month-old twins at home. I asked him which is harder, putting Life of Pi on stage or having twins at home that he's not part of. And he said, that's much harder than this.
Yes.
So I told him he owes his wife a really nice present.
But it is incredible. You know, we talk about it you know, when we're talking about Sesame Street, you kind of, your mind shuts down the fact that there are puppeteers.
You see the puppeteers,
You see.
And they're not dressed in black as you normally would see in something like this. They're all part of it.
It's amazing.
I know.
That's a great story.
Incredible.
Al.
That's
Great
right.
job.
Yes.
I can't wait to see it.
You should see the litter box we've got at home for him.
I was waiting. We let it breathe
Coming
too
up
long.
next, influencer and advocate Gigi Robinson is here to open up about her health journey and share an important message for millions of women. Then later, actor Nicholas Hoult stops by to share a role he really sunk his teeth into in his new vampire horror comedy. The third hour of today will be back in just 60 seconds. It's fascinating.
Welcome back. Well, March is Endometriosis Awareness Month, and according to the Office on Women's Health, about 5 million women in the U.S. are struggling with the incredible, painful condition.
It can sometimes be difficult for doctors to diagnose, and this morning we are going to hear from a woman who lived with it for 13 years. She's opening up about what she went through to help other women take control of their health.
I'm Gigi Robinson. I'm a public speaker, content creator, and author documenting and bringing awareness to the chronic pain I felt for over 10 years.
So living with a chronic illness looks different every day.
Just last year, I became the first person battling chronic illnesses to model for Sports Illustrated swimsuit magazine.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
At 11 years old, I was diagnosed with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, a connective tissue disorder that causes constant muscle and joint pain. From acupuncture to medication, I've tried everything to manage my symptoms, including migraines, fatigue, and debilitating pain in my back, abdomen, and pelvis, but nothing worked. Finally, in 2020, I knew I had to seek more treatment. After seeing doctor after doctor, I underwent surgery and I was diagnosed with another chronic illness, endometriosis. Today, I feel like a new person, and I want to share my story in hopes to help other women too.
And Gigi is here with us this morning. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Thank you for being here.
So I can't believe it was just 3 months ago that you underwent surgery. How would you say you're feeling now compared to the pain you felt over the last 13 years?
Yeah, it's been a transformative 3 months, honestly. My life completely changed, and honestly, the quality of life that I'm living is sometimes unbelievable to me, but I just try to pinch myself and remind myself that it's real.
Yeah. So many women are going through this, and you've suffered for so long, even as a child.
Mm-hmm.
What is it like? I mean, it's one portion of your life, but when you're not feeling well like that, it affects your entire life.
Yeah. I think when you live with a chronic illness in general, you just have to get through every single day. You have to just live your life as best as you can within the parameters that you have. That's really what I did for years and years.
So often we talk about women needing to be advocates of their own health. It's easy to be advocates of your kids' health, but when it comes to you need to talk to the doctors and tell them, no, this something more is here.
Right.
So what advice do you have for women who just don't think they're getting the right diagnosis?
I would say pay really close attention to what's going on in your body, right? Monitoring your symptoms, writing a medical journal or a medical diary of, do you have pain certain times of the month? Is it repetitive? Does it happen every month? Does it happen every other month? Does it happen when you travel? And the more that you pay attention to what's going on inside, the more you're able to speak about it on the outside and actually get a diagnosis this or hopefully create change, and hopefully that's a positive one.
Yeah.
As women, it's so important to talk about this, to normalize it, but it's even harder for kids. And so I know you dealt with a lot of this as a child, so now you're writing a children's book.
Yeah, it just came out. It's called A Kid's Book About Chronic Illness, and the story is really about resilience and courage and talking about your body and the different ways that you can advocate for yourself as a child, whether that's you dealing with the problem yourself or your friend, your family, your extended family, siblings. I just wanted it to be a place where younger kids could go to really understand, I guess, on a basic level, what a chronic health issue is.
And I think for you, having gone through this whole process, you must have learned a lot about yourself, what you can handle, what you can fight against.
Totally.
So tell me just what you've learned about yourself.
Yeah, I think it's been a lot about firm boundaries of knowing, you know, okay, I can't go out on nights past like 9 or 10 o'clock, or I need to be in bed by 9 or 10 o'clock. I need to have a consistent routine, things like that, and just making sure that I'm as ritualistic with my self-care practices. And that really ends up helping my mental health, which in turn helps my physical health. So it's all a mind-body connection is what I would say.
And what is your message out there for people who are suffering? It really just affects your whole life.
I would say to just keep pushing and really, really, again, pay attention to what's going on in your body and talk about it with your friends, talk about it with your family if you're comfortable, and hopefully then you can get the help and access that you need.
Because you shouldn't have to feel that way. I mean, there should be an answer. There should be a resolution.
Yeah, there should be. But I think that's where the medical technology is going to hopefully advance in the next decade or so, and it'll be easier to diagnose such a common condition like endometriosis. And I just think it's really, really important for everyone to start paying more close attention to.
Well, you're so wonderful. Thank you. I'm so glad you're feeling good, and thanks so much for being here.
And thank you for being so brave and normalizing the conversation. You're helping a lot of people. All right, well, just ahead, actor Nicholas Hoult is live to tell us about his scary good new role, fighting back against Count Dracula, and his interesting diet on set. Then later, we're in the kitchen with top chef Judge, hey Gail Simmons, making a roast that would be perfect for your Easter Sunday celebration. Al's very excited about this one. We'll be right back.
This morning, we are catching up with an Emmy-nominated actor with serious range. Nicholas Hoult had his breakthrough role at just 11 years old in About a Boy with Hugh Grant.
Then he went on to play Dr. Hank McCoy, a.k.a. Beast, in the X-Men franchise. And currently stars alongside Elle Fanning in The Great.
And now Nicholas is taking on the title character in the horror comedy Renfield. He plays Count Dracula's longtime servant who finally decides to stand up and break free. When Renfield joins a support group to gain courage, he finds out it's not such a safe space after all.
Crash. Renfield? Is everyone okay?
That's what you want to call it?
We're all fine. What's going on? What's going on? We need to leave. Now. I mean, where's the rule that says we have to talk about our feelings in a gym? Come on, please. Up. Let's go somewhere safe till morning. Come on, up. Everybody, move. Come on. Renfield, just take a deep breath. We are all fine. Mark, we need to leave now. Hi. Are you here for the meeting? Well, come on. No.
Welcome. It's so nice to have you here. And this is a very interesting take on a classic story. So Renfield seems really fired up for this one.
Yeah, that was what intrigued me about the script. I thought it was such a fun concept to look at, toxic relationships and horrible bosses, but the boss being Dracula.
Yeah.
It doesn't get more extreme than that, So to reimagine the Renfield character in that dynamic was a really fun idea.
And you got to work with him in 2005. You played his son in a movie I loved, The Weatherman.
Yes.
What
Nicolas
was
Cage.
Nicolas Cage? Yeah. What was it like working with him then as opposed to now?
I mean, I was in complete awe of him then. I was 14 years old. I had my first corn dog in his presence, which was a very special moment.
Did you like it?
I loved it. It was in a scene in that movie, and I'm very proud of that film. I think it's a great movie, and Nick's such a phenomenal actor. But now working with him as an adult, I got to really study, where all his inspiration comes from, what he brings to the character, and he is having so much fun as Dracula. It's
seems
incredible to watch, and I got a front row seat to see it, so I feel very lucky.
I thought it was interesting during filming. I mean, there's a lot of stunts, there's a lot of fight sequences. You think maybe you could get hurt. You did actually hurt your toe, but how did that happen?
I did. It was wild. The stunt team were incredible. They taught me to do backflips and all this incredible wire work. But I didn't get hurt doing any of the fight sequences. I got hurt. I went home for Christmas. I picked up a box of water, and one of the glass bottles fell out onto my toe, directly onto the toe. The nail came off. I couldn't walk. I was in absolute pieces. I went back.
So were you
after the
bandaged
holiday.
during filming?
I was bandaged with no toenail throughout filming,
Ouch.
trying to do all of it. It was quite painful.
I feel like you could alter that story to be really cool
Yeah.
with the
I
Dracula
should've.
thing.
I should've.
feel like
If I'd
we
known
should,
you were gonna
after
ask, I might have
today,
said
I
something
think we
very
should
much
switch
cooler,
it up.
yeah.
Another cool part of this is you get your powers, your character does,
Yeah.
by eating bugs and insects, at least in the
Yes.
movie. So how did you handle that?
I handled it by eating. I mean, the props team were amazing, and like for the cockroaches and such, they had like caramel ones that looked very realistic and were actually pretty delicious. But things like the crickets were real dried crickets that I was eating that were actually pretty tasty. They were like smoky bacon flavor and salt and vinegar, so that was actually
They couldn't
pretty
have given you
palatable.
like something that looked like bugs?
Well, they did like the worms. The worms were
Yeah.
just gummy worms
Okay.
in Oreos
Yeah.
crushed up to look like Earth, so that was good.
Have you ever had barbecue cricket?
Yes, barbecue.
Well,
cricket was
it
quite
just so
nice.
happens we have some.
We
Not
heard
again.
that-
Not again.
Right here.
We heard that's your
We just-
favorite.
Oh no!
We just thought
No. Well, okay, I'll
I'll try some of
Go on, then. Go on then.
Oh, God.
So which is this one?
This is barbecue.
Barbecue cricket?
Yeah.
Is it really
I can't.
cricket?
I'm
Tuck
sorry.
in, nutritious,
Good.
Good protein.
delicious. That's actually pretty good.
Smoke it. Very nice.
I feel like though you could put anything in barbecue and it tastes like the barbecue. I
love
but
barbecue.
but you really did eat the bugs.
Yeah, the only bad bug was a potato bug. That did not taste good.
Ooh.
I would not recommend. They do get a little stuck in your
Yeah,
teeth,
do
so
they
watch
get
out for
stuck?
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're all live.
We also have to talk about The Great, switching
Oh, yeah.
from crickets to The Great. I mean, season 3 is about to start. What's it like working with Elle Fanning and this whole
Elle's incredible. She's so wonderful to be on set with, and what she does with that character is just inspiring in every moment. So this season's going to be really fun. It's about kind of their co-parenting and how they raise their son whilst they're kind of warring with each other.
Wow.
Great.
That's great.
Okay, well, I don't know how you wash down these bugs, but I hope to have the superpowers
Yeah, I'm very good.
by eating them.
It's quite a strong flavor, actually.
Yeah.
The more it
Okay.
sits in there.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much.
And Renfield from our sister company, Universal Pictures, hits theaters, on my birthday, April 14th.
Happy birthday.
Yes, that's
Next
exciting.
Wednesday?
We knew. That's why we did
Wednesdays
it.
from now. All right. Still to come, we've got some more tasty treats. Top Chef Judge Gail Simmons is here with a Sunday feast. A Sunday roast fresh out of the oven and big old
Yorkshire pudding.
popovers. Love that. Look at that. Those are
delicious.
massive. Third hour today, I'll be right back. Those are the biggest popovers I've ever seen.
Later this week on the third hour of today, a super lineup for you.
Super Mario himself, Chris Pratt, on bringing an iconic video game to the big screen.
Tony winner Philippa Sue on bringing back a Broadway classic.
And hairstylists to the stars like the Kardashians, Chris Appleton shows us the hot spring looks. That's this week on the third hour of today.
We are back with Today Food, and it is inspired by a trip to London, so we thought Nicholas Hoult would like to stick around. Plus, he said he's never had a popover. So we got Gail Simmons, our culinary expert.
Not as you know it as a
That's
popover.
right. Food writer, permanent chef, judge on Top Chef, now in its 20th season. 16 former competitors from all around the world head to London, facing off for the ultimate world All-Stars title. Gail joining us now to make a traditional Sunday roast using lamb. Gail, good morning.
That's right. Good morning. Good to see you guys.
That's right. So London.
So London, Top Chef. This is the first time in 20 seasons that we did our entire season overseas. We lived in London for 2 months shooting over the summer and fall.
Must have been wonderful.
It was wonderful. And most of all, I have to admit, like, I love British food. I think it gets a bad rap. But first of all, London is an incredibly global city.
Yes.
But I really
Nicholas
love
laughed at
Sunday roast.
What was the Sunday roast is a beautiful tradition, I
Isn't
think.
it?
And I'm very excited about this.
Yes, and it really goes well with Easter, obviously coming up, or Passover, or
Right.
whatever you may be celebrating right now. This time of year, spring. So I decided usually it's done with a big beef roast,
Right.
but I'm making a leg of lamb.
Okay, so this is a boneless butterfly leg of lamb?
boneless and butterfly.
Can you ask
thank
your butcher to get this
You
like this?
absolutely
Yep.
can. It's very standard.
Okay.
And I'm going to start with making the marinade
All
for
right.
it.
So you're doing mint, which usually people pair with lamb.
Exactly. It goes so well. I'm using lots of fresh mint. I'm going to throw it in a bowl with lemon juice, and Al,
Okay.
you're going to help me out
Okay.
here.
Awesome.
So in the bowl, I'm going to dump. You can dump in lemon zest,
Okay.
garlic, and a little Aleppo pepper. You can use just chili flakes if you have. Let's season it up.
Is that spicy?
They are spicy, but Aleppo has a beautiful mellow chili
Okay.
flavor. And then, Al, if you want to whisk, I'm
am
going
I
to pour
adding
in some
olive
olive
oil?
oil. Yep,
Okay.
I got salt.
This is absolutely delicious.
Yeah, good. I'm glad you dig in. Like, gotta eat it when it's hot, especially
Thank
the
you.
popover, which, Nick, you will know as Yorkshire pudding.
Well, is it the same essentially?
Exactly the same.
Okay.
They just cook them in these crazy tins that we'll get to in a minute instead of in one big dish.
Okay. So you've got your marinade.
So I've got my marinade. Now, pour it over my leg of lamb, but not all of it. Save a little bit of it, which will act as the extra sauce later. That's
Okay.
gorgeous.
All
Thank you
right.
very much. You've done this before,
Once
sir.
or twice.
And how long do you let it sit in the marinade?
At least 4 hours. You can put it in the fridge. You can leave it overnight and cook
Okay.
it the next day if you want. You're going to toss it around and make sure that it's nice and coated. Okay. Leave it, cover it, and then you're going to take it out, pat it dry, and throw it right on a very hot grill.
Gail, should
It's
you let
big.
should you let the meat get to like room temperature before you throw it on?
Yes, you want to take it out at least 45 minutes, and actually you want to season it because there's no salt in that marinade.
Uh-huh.
But we'll do that as we go.
Right.
Season with salt and pepper.
Mhm.
You want to pat it dry after it's come to room temperature, and then you're going to let it grill.
I've never cooked lamb. Do you want a little redness inside, or do you?
A little, but I find, and this is personal, that unlike steak that I like really medium, rare, like totally pink inside, lamb can be a little tougher, a little chewier. So I like to cook it slightly more medium
Right.
than
Okay.
medium rare.
So now we're
and
gonna
then I
make
make
the
my
Yorkshire-
popovers.
the popover,
Exactly.
which
so
is important.
in one bowl, I have flour and salt. In the other bowl, I have 4 eggs. I'm going to whisk with, I like to add a little maple syrup. I'm traditional, but I'm Canadian.
This is what I was excited about because I took a bite and I love Yorkshire pudding, but this has got a nice sweetness to it.
That's right. A
in the crust.
little bit of sweetness.
I like this
Some
addition.
melted butter.
Nicholas cooks, so he's taking notes.
I am.
I love that. I love that.
Puddings I've ever had.
I
Excited.
feel it's very, it's serendipitous that we have a Brit to eat my my Sunday roast.
Usually you make it with beef fat, but this is a
Yes,
wonderful.
I'm using melted butter here. And then I'm just going to put my dry ingredients whisked in.
It's like a very moist
This
pancake.
is like, that's exactly it. But
It's like a
when
good
they come out of
pancake.
the oven, they're actually
Oh my gosh.
huge, as you saw earlier. They deflate a bit, but they're so much
Tell
fun.
them about the shrinkage, Jerry.
Precisely. All right, so I mix that all up, put it in a pouring tin. Now, here's the key to Yorkshire pudding.
Okay.
The key to popovers is you want to preheat this pan. This is a fancy popover pan. You don't need it. You can use a muffin tin. Okay. But you can see that there's already sizzling melted butter at the bottom because I've preheated it. Take it out of the oven, and immediately while it's still hot, pour in 3/4 of the way.
'Cause you don't
your
wanna fill it up
popover
too much or
batter.
else
That's
it'll-
right. Because
So
they
it
get
does expand over.
huge.
Yeah.
And that is the name. So you pour it in, and then you put these in the oven about 15 to 20 minutes at 425.
This
and
is
they come out so puffed up and,
serve
huge.
immediately.
Serve immediately. I mean, already they have.
They deflate.
But they are
But they so
prickly
good.
and
I'm very
delicious,
happy.
and they go with the
Glad I
lamb.
Are you
stuck
happy,
around.
Nicholas?
I'm very happy. I'm glad
We're
I
glad
stuck
you
around.
stayed.
Thank you.
And then you have the extra
Much better
marinade,
than the
of course,
crickets.
Oh, that's
as
right.
your sauce.
This is.
How's my
That's right.
Sunday roast?
It's incredible.
Is this the best interview you've ever had?
It certainly is. I'm very happy. It's taken
good.
the bad taste of the crickets out of my mouth as well.
Nicholas came to play. I like that. All right, Gail, thank you so much. Nicholas, thank you so much. And
Thank
for
you.
these
Thank
recipes, head to today.com/food.
breakfast.
Catch Top Chef World All-Stars Thursdays, 9 p.m. Eastern, Pacific on Bravo.
All right, coming up next, we are bringing some country vibes to you this morning. Singer-songwriter Hailey Whitters is live to perform her hit song that is climbing the charts. We'll be right back.
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by Citi.
Our next guest is taking the country music world by storm. Hailey Whitters burst on the scene in 2020 with her debut album, The Dream.
Well, she has since released 2 more critically acclaimed studio albums, receiving a Grammy nomination for Song of the Year and collaborated with some of the biggest names in the business.
Hailey is now busy with a headlining tour, but she's taking a break to give us a special treat, a performance of one of her biggest hits. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody.
So I love this song, Everything She Ain't. It's now gold. How does it feel, and where were you when you found out that it was gold?
Everyone just surprised me. They called me into the label and surprised me over coffee and donuts, and it was huge. I mean, for me, I've been in town for 16 years, so to get to see a milestone like that actually come to life was so cool.
Congratulations.
And you're headlining on your own now, but you'll be hitting the road with Shania Twain, Eric Church, Luke Bryan for your shows. If you could tell your younger self that this would be happening, what would you say?
I think it just seems so surreal still. I mean, Shania's one of the ones that just planted the seed for me. So flash forward, here we are 20-something years later. To get to do that is absolutely mind-blowing. It's so cool.
And what's next for you?
After all that, I'm going to take a nap.
Right? Okay.
Before you take your nap.
Why not?
Yeah. We are so excited to hear you perform Hailey Whitters with Everything She Ain't from her album Raised. Take it away.
She ain't a peach you ought to be picking. She ain't the cup of tea you ought to be sipping. She treats you like you're broke, like you need fixing. You ain't getting nothing back for all that you're giving. If you're good with who you're kissing, say la vie. But I can show you what you're missing. Yeah, boy, I can be the whiskey in your soda, the lime to your Corona, shotgun in your Tacoma, the Audrey to your Hank. She's got a little style and a Hollywood smile, but believe me, honey, good as money in the bank. I'm everything she is and everything she ain't. She sees diamonds
Amazing. That was awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you
And
so
good luck
much.
with everything.
Thank you.
Thanks for squeezing us in this morning.
Thanks for having me.
Oh,
Now you can
love
take a
having
nap.
you.
Yes, Haley's album Raised is available now. And we'll be right back.
Everybody.
Thank you, guys.
The odds are to your Hank. She's got a little style.
We got a quick reminder for you. You can now stream all 4 hours of Today and your local NBC station live, which you're watching right now, on Peacock. All part of Peacock's new Morning News Live collection. For details, head to peacocktv.com/morning news.
All right, Jill, we'll see you again tomorrow.
Yes, I look forward to not eating crickets.
Yeah, exactly. We've also got actor Grant Gustin joining us live in studio.
And coming up on Hoda and Jenna, Grammy-winning superstar Mary J. Blige.
Ooh, cannot wait. Well, have a great day, everybody, and we hope to see you back here tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Have a good day.
Today, Grammy-winning superstar, actress, and now children's book author Mary J. Blige is here. Plus, Donna takes us backstage with the biggest stars at the iHeartRadio Music Awards. And Jen's book club is in session with Black Candle Women author Diane Marie Brown.
It's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now. So get up.
Everybody, it's Tuesday. It's March the 28th. Happy to see you. Happy to see you. Happy to see you. Jenna, happy to see you. To be with you.
Next to you.
Here's your mint, because that's how we start our
Thank you.
days.
She brings me something every morning.
Yes. This is one of those mornings that, you begin with a real heavy heart when you and I have jobs that we do. We are journalists. We interview people. But I think there are certain times where you're like, for a minute, I just want to take my journalism cap off and be a mother.
Yeah.
And be a mom.
And be a human.
And talk about, what happened in Nashville was one of those things that I think a lot of people have become desensitized to. If it's not in your town, you go, oh, what happened? Where? Yeah. How many people? Oh, and that kind of desensitization happens.
And I think, as you mentioned, we are moms. Mm-hmm. And I have a friend in Nashville, so I knew of one of the little girls who is 9, who went to school yesterday and who didn't get to come home. So when Henry came home from work, I said, God, did you see this?
Yeah.
And I had to whisper because I have a 9-year-old who was doing her homework. And the thought that any of us could send our children on the buses or walking or drop them off a carpool and not get to hug them again. is just beyond. And you know, as a book lover, like I just have to say, and my mom has said this as a librarian, we are worried about giving our kids Judy Blume and other books that are important to the history, to the fabric of our country, and we aren't worried about sending our kids to schools where they're not safe. Like, I just don't understand what has happened to a country that I know you love, that I love.
No, deeply.
It just, that image of the little girl on the bus.
In the window. And when you think about it, it's just what you said. You know what's so weird? I was on vacation last week, and there was a woman who hopped up from her chair and started screaming, George, George, my 4-year-old George. And I saw the panic. You know, the panic when you can't find your kid? She was like, he was just here. She was saying he was just here. And I saw her sprint, and I saw her 8-year-old daughter sprint, and they looked in the ocean. They were looking in the pool. They were sprinting, and you know the feeling. It's like you don't see your kid for 3 minutes. You're like, what happened? She ended up finding George, all fine. But what I was thinking is, as those parents were rolling up to that school, it's like, where's my kid? Like, if we've all had the fear for a minute of losing sight, and how you think that's the last moment. And to imagine those parents lined up going into that school thinking, like, is my child going to run me? There were mothers banging on buses, screaming their kids' names. I have a friend who lives in Nashville who was telling me about what she had heard about and seen. And she said they were screaming because they had to find their child. So to imagine that these young, little, tiny children are in school sitting there. I mean, I won't let my kids cross the street. I squeeze their hands because maybe a car will turn a corner and I'll have to pull them. Or, you know, my daughter was picking up a knife and I was like imagining a cut. Imagine a cut. So what? Right? A cut. Okay, so maybe a Band-Aid, maybe a stitch. But that's how we are with our children. We're protective.
But we can't protect them at the place they're most safe. They should be the safest. And I just was thinking last night, too. I mean, I was a teacher not that long ago. I mean, I was, what, 15 years ago? Max. We did not do drills. I was not scared, and I taught in the most marginalized areas of this country. I was not scared going to school. I talked with teachers yesterday for a totally different assignment. Teachers are expected to protect their children versus guns that are scary.
I mean, when you think about what can happen in such a short period of time, I mean, what happened in that school within 15 minutes? I mean, the police were there quickly. They were heroic. They came in 14 minutes, and that gunman she was down, and that was it. And so, in the short amount of time that it takes to think about it, you blast it through the windows, you go into a school, and you just do that horrible, irrevocable harm. Like, that's... I think it's just as a mother, like, forget about any of the other things. You know, as moms, you think about it. And there was this moment that appeared by chance, if you're watching some of the coverage. I think this was on Fox News, but they had a live camera that was up, and they were waiting for a reporter to position in front of it. And then this woman, a mom, who had been... her family had experienced a school shooting herself somewhere else, kind of came into frame. I think we have that.
Aren't you guys tired of covering this? Aren't you guys tired of being here and having to cover all of these mass shootings? I'm from Highland Park, Illinois. My son and I survived a mass shooting over the summer. I am in Tennessee on a family vacation with my son, visiting my sister-in-law. I have been lobbying in D.C. since we survived a mass shooting in July. I have met with over 130 lawmakers. How is this still happening? How are our children still dying, and why are we failing them?
I mean, how is it still happening? That's there cannot be a person alive who's not asking that question. Anybody.
Forget politics.
Forget everything.
Isn't every mom and dad sitting there thinking, what is happening to this?
I think in life sometimes you get desensitized to things because they happen often. I still remember I came back from maternity leave and I came back on the set and there was a school shooting. And I remembered that it was like, I remember the headline, like, it's happening again. And it was just that way. Here it is, it's happening again. And I remembered thinking that this is how it's being seen and treated. It's happening again and again and again and again and again, you know? I mean, You know,
words. I think we see moms like that just happened to be there.
Yeah.
Those are the women, and the men too, who are going to change things.
Yes.
But let's not fail our kids.
Yes. I actually think when these kids graduate and grow up and decide what they want to do with their lives professionally, those will be the ones who change. It's a long time to wait, quite frankly. But you think about every kid from Columbine on who has sat in a classroom or known someone who sat in one. They say we have a school shooting that hurts or kills someone once a week in this country. Once a week. We've had 13 already. That's once a week. So that was the stat we started with today. And I was like, once a week. Once a week. So we have to decide, you know, if that's the way you kind of want to live your life.
And the answer is nobody wants to live like that.
Okay. Anyway.
So, you know, and I will say, you know, to all those teachers, to all of the counselors who were there today in all the schools, because our kids are going to read about this and hear about this that are hugging kids. We have Mary J. Blige on a little later on the show. She talks about a teacher.
Who changed her life.
Who believed in her.
Who saw and believed in her. And she also talks about, and she's such an inspiring person, and I thought, like, what a perfect day to have someone who is full of light and love and warmth and overcoming.
And resilience, because she didn't, you know, as a little girl, she felt that love, that she felt like she could do anything, and then the world slowly broke her. And it's like, how can we help?
Yeah. Well,
where the world doesn't break.
Yes.
All of these beautiful kids.
We're going to visit with Mary J. We got a really nice show for you, too. I hope you all stay with us right after this. Mary J. Blige is known by many, many titles. Grammy winner, Emmy winner, Oscar nominee, fashion icon, music legend, and just an all-around awesome human being, really.
Yes, but her latest project is simply all about Mary. We're talking about her new children's book. It is a beautiful book about hope. It's inspired by her own childhood. It's called Mary Can.
Mary Can.
Mary Can. Mary did.
It's actually not inspired from my childhood. It's inspired from my grown-up life.
Grown-up life. Because as a child, you didn't feel...
As a child, I didn't care what people said, and my mother was not a person that was held back by what people thought or told her she couldn't do. And my grandma, they were very courageous people.
So when you saw them, did you emulate? Were you like, wow, if they can, I can? Is that kind of what you thought?
I did until I became a teenager.
Yeah.
And I became a teenager and things got really rough. And then I became a grown-up and things got even worse.
Yeah.
So when they got worse, you know, I was being bombarded by people that were very, very negative to my life. You can't, you won't, you know, you're this, you're ugly. I mean, I was in a relationship that said, you're not this, you're not that, you can't, you're not attractive, this person's better looking, this person's more talented. I mean, I was going through, can I say the word?
Yeah,
hell. So when I got out of that situation, you know, the skies opened up, everything was beautiful for me. And this children's book came out of that bad situation.
How bad did it have to get for you to say enough? Like, because you know, when change happens so gradually, when someone speaks badly to you for a minute, you think and then they apologize. And then later it's worse and worse and worse. And suddenly you look at yourself and say, like, how did I get here in this?
You know, I actually started to believe it because when you love someone and you don't love yourself, you know, that's what happens. You stay longer. You know, and I stayed a very, very long time. And then one day, I just got tired of like hating myself and feeling that feeling. And I was watching, I was bringing this up. I was searching for a way to heal and not be insecure and not go through all these things that I was going through. And T.D. Jakes, like I was saying, he said, what you think about you and say about you and believe about you is more effective and important than what anyone can say about you. And when I tell you that thing clicked, like it just really, really clicked for me. And that's how I began to move out of the relationship and move out of that dark place, because I began to speak the words, you know, like the title of my album, Good Morning Gorgeous. Good morning, Mary. Good morning, gorgeous. Good morning, I love you. Good morning, I need you. Good morning, you're beautiful. Good morning, you're a masterpiece. You know, whatever God says about you, whatever you believe about you is, you know, is what you're gonna have. So I started speaking positive words over my life, and boom.
Yeah.
You know, like everything.
Good morning.
Good
You're
morning.
a masterpiece. You're a masterpiece. That's my favorite.
Yeah.
I mean, I think people watching will think, how could this be possible? You're obviously so beautiful.
Yeah.
You are a talent
Yeah.
beyond. You won all these awards, and yet you didn't see that in yourself right away. What are some practical things women can do if they're struggling?
Just speak something. So this is what I did. I never thought I was gorgeous ever in my life. So I had to speak something that I didn't believe.
Yeah.
I didn't believe I was gorgeous, so I started saying, good morning, gorgeous.
Yeah.
And really just saying it, no matter how bad I didn't believe it or how bad it hurt to say it, I said it and I kept saying it. And after a while, it began to manifest in my heart.
Yeah.
And then it began to manifest outside my body, and I began to actually see it. You know, I felt it, like, you know, I'm a beautiful person. My heart is gorgeous. I'm a giver. I'm a lover. You know, I'm a nurturer. I'm a fighter. I'm a survivor. And then I began to see it outside. So you just what you think about you, you have to keep you together, because you can't depend on your husband, you can't depend on your boyfriend. And I'm just saying this out of experience. You can't depend on your family to say you're great. You have to figure out a way to know you're great.
And did you think what I was thinking is you were raised by two women who told you were great. So somewhere deep in your belly, you knew it, even though this person popped in and tried to rob you of that. It may have been dormant, but it was always in there somewhere.
And I woke it up when I began to speak to it. You know,
Yeah.
because my mom was always a beautiful, confident, strong woman. Never seen her cry, never seen her complain. Always, you know, I'm so fly, I'm so fine. You know, this has been her all our lives. So she was not that, but in the environment we lived in, a lot of women were very depressed and very down on themselves. And I think I probably took a lot, you know, of that with me. And then when I became a teenager, it got worse. Then when I got married, you know, whatever darkness or, you know, negativity I had for myself was being nurtured by a negative person saying, you can't, you won't, and you know how that happens.
Of course.
You said we talk about you a lot on the show because we admire you so much, and you said you're in the phase of loving you, and that you even take yourself out on dates.
I do.
What do you do? Tell us about a
We
date.
want to go on a date with you.
So let me tell you about a date.
Let's go. A date with Mary.
Wait a minute.
I want to hear.
I mean, the dates with Mary are very intimate.
Those kind of dates.
We go to dinner.
Ooh.
We go to dinner.
Yeah.
We go to dinner and we'll watch a movie.
Yeah.
And then we'll just drink some wine.
Yeah.
And then we'll just chill, give ourselves a hug, you know?
What do y'all order? What do y'all order?
Sometimes we'll go to Nobu.
Ooh.
Oh, I love it.
I love Nobu. That cod.
That black cod is the best.
That's my girlfriend spot though. When I go with
your
all my
girls.
girlfriends, we go there. But
Who's your bestie? Who's your?
I have a lot of. I have a tribe. I have a
tribe.
team of amazing women surrounding me that I absolutely love.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we got more to talk about, okay? Again, the book right here is called Mary Can. That's an incredible project. You have other stuff you're working on. We're going to talk more about that, including her new talk show coming up right after this.
We are back with the incredible Mary J. Blige. She has a new children's book out. It's called Mary Can. She's also starring in season 3 of Power Book 2 Ghost on Starz. Let's take a look.
I need more.
Mrs. Tejada. Monet.
Mrs. Tejada works.
Okay, Mrs. Tejada. That's the NYPD's entire file on the case. There's nothing more to get. Whoever did this is either meticulous or chaotic enough to have New York's finest scratching their head.
Well, Davis, it's time you start earning your damn money. Someone killed my son, and ain't nobody gonna rest until I find out who.
Okay, Monet. Okay, Monet. Power Book 2 Ghost. I mean, first of all, it's so interesting and wonderful to watch you act. I know you've acted, obviously, multiple times. Was this something that you always sort of wanted to do? Was it something you studied and you said, I want to try that? Or did it just kind of come?
What, acting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, when I was in elementary school, my music teacher, Miss Sweeney, she was putting this play together, this Christmas play, and she put me in the Christmas play to sing and to act. And I did really well. The chatter around school was that Mary can act. So it was in my heart to do it. But then again, I became a teenager. The dream left my head. Yeah. And then it came back to me when I got in the music business. And so it came back to me through my first gig was the Jamie Foxx show. And I played Ola Mae, whatever her name was. So that was... But I had to play a singer, so it came back to me like that, and then people began to call. So I said, oh well, maybe I really can do this.
Yeah, you really can do it. Mary really can. Yeah. Okay, and now you have a new talk show, which we're really, really into because it's super fresh, it's super intimate. Y'all talk about everything.
Yeah.
Tell us how it came about.
Well, the Wind Down was an idea I had when the first quarantine of the pandemic happened. And I was wondering how everybody was feeling and, how I can reach out to someone. I said, if I could reach out to anyone right now, I would let them know I'm human. And let them know I'm in it with them. And I'll drink some wine with them.
And
because I was drinking wine every day.
It's your wine, too, because I was drinking it.
By the way, your wine is good.
Wine, she gave us her wine when she was on the show, and I feel like that got me through the pandemic.
It got me through, too. So the first quarantine, I released my wine, Sun Goddess, on wine.com. And that's when everybody was drinking. It was sold out. It was sold out, and I was drinking every day, too. So I just wanted to reach out to people and let them know I was human and see how they were feeling. So that's where the idea for the Wind Down came from, just to speak candidly and have my friends speak candidly about how they're feeling, like my celebrity friends speak to other people, like, I hate to say normal, regular people, but people in the world that were going through all the same things.
So these will be like kind of intimate conversations and just that kind of thing?
Yeah, intimate, but, questions that we go over with everyone, so everybody's protected, and you are saying what you want to say. We're not setting you up to be exposed. You can expose yourself if you want. I don't do that.
Were you always open about your wounds? Like, I feel like mostly when you sit down here, you're not shy or afraid to talk. Some people don't like to talk about their wounds. They just feel like it makes them appear weak or something.
I mean, I was not always open, but when I did my sophomore album, My Life, that's when I began to speak because I was in so much pain that I had to put it somewhere. And then when I put it out, the music out, 4 million people who are my fans now responded and said, Mary, we're feeling it too. So right there, I said, okay, I got a responsibility. And the responsibility is to share as much as I can without being naked.
Yeah.
That's a good way.
Because you have to keep a little bit for yourself,
I always have to keep my bra and my underwear.
You don't have to keep underwear.
No, I have to keep those. I got to keep them.
It's a long story, Mary. We'll tell you another time.
Okay, wait. Everybody is so excited because you have a festival.
Yes.
Strength of the Woman Festival. It's in Atlanta in May. What can people expect?
So this is our second annual Strength of a Woman Festival. It's huge. It's entertainment. It's panels with amazing women that have stories. Like, you guys can come and speak if you want to.
Okay.
It's huge. We have, the lineup this year is crazy. We have Lauryn Hill. We have Method Man. We have myself, Jodeci. Like, people haven't seen Jodeci. So it's a big, big deal in Atlanta. And there's comedy. There's a comedy show. here, you know, like different buildings have different things happening. Yeah, I mean, it
sounds awesome.
It's major.
Inspiring,
Yeah.
Just like you.
If we come, can we go to Nobu afterwards? We'll buy you a lychee
They don't have a
martini.
Nobu out there, but they have this other spot that's really good.
Okay, can
What
we
is
go?
it called?
I forgot.
We'll remember later.
Let's try Nobu.
Okay.
Here. Let's try Nobu.
Okay, we'd love
Yeah.
to.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We adore you.
welcome.
You can find
Mary Can
on today.com/books, and you can catch new episodes of Power Book 2 Ghost Fridays on Stars.
Girls will love it. Your
It's
sons
so
will love
good.
it.
By the
love
way,
it.
it's kid approved.
Yeah.
My kids read it last night.
Yes.
2 thumbs up. Speaking of stars, Donna caught up with some of the biggest backstage at last night's iHeartRadio Music Awards. Coming up right after this.
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
It was another big night in Los Angeles. And y'all, guess who made an appearance at the 10th annual iHeartRadio Music Awards?
You're not going to believe it. Who? Our girl Donna.
Of course she
Donna, you're so lucky, man. You get the best assignments. How was it?
I know, they're my favorite assignments, Hoda and Jenna. These awards celebrate the most played artists and songs on iHeart radio stations and the iHeartRadio app. So we went backstage and we caught up with some of the biggest presenters, performers, and winners of the night. Check it out.
Music's biggest stars were out in force at the iHeartRadio Awards. A night of celebration and acknowledgement for top performers, including Pink, who received the night's Icon Award.
I usually do try to joke or be self-deprecating in these moments, but I want to be a better friend to myself.
Hi. In your speech, you talked about how you are making vulnerability your life's work. What did you mean by that?
Well, I think we hide from it. People that come across tough are the most sensitive people in the world. And I believe that showing up and being able to feel is important. It's hard for a lot of us. This was me accepting a compliment for the first time in my life. So I'll take it.
Why now?
Because I have my kids with me and life is short.
No.
Kelly Clarkson for a second and Pat Benatar.
Kelly came over here and she was saying how excited she was and how into you she is.
She's always been the most consistently kind, positive energy. She's one of the greatest voices of our time, if not the greatest, in my opinion. She is a really good person, and I love her so deeply.
The feeling clearly mutual.
We're both pretty bold and confident women, and we know what we like, and I've loved her since her very first record.
You just announced that your upcoming album, Chemistry, is telling a story about your love life and about divorce.
About, relationships, right? And how they have full arcs, and, there's really great times with it, and there's hard times with it. So, it's definitely about like a relationship from beginning to end. So it's all there.
Is performing in Vegas going to be a catharsis for you?
I think it's just going to be fun in the sense that Mama's got a lot of jobs. I gave them 10 shows. They wanted more. I was like, no, because I just need a little bit of a summer. I'm a single mom as well. So I want to make sure I get time with my kiddos.
The show opening on a somber note from host Lenny Kravitz after the school shooting on Monday in Nashville.
I want to take a moment to send some of that healing love to the families
of the innocent people that lost their lives at the Covenant School today.
As the Best New Country Artist, what is your message to the community in Nashville?
We got to be better. You know, we have to be better.
Nashville's in our hearts tonight, and we're just want them to know that we love them and we're behind them.
Authenticity, a big theme of the evening. Taylor Swift winning Best Song of the Year and also receiving the Innovator Award.
The thing with these exciting nights and moments, they're shining a light on the choices I made that worked out. I really, really want everyone to know, especially young people, that the hundreds or thousands of dumb ideas that I've had are what led me to my good ideas. You have to give yourself permission to fail.
Best New Pop Artist Jax celebrating her big moment with her mom and dad.
When you were raising Jax, was this your biggest wish for her to fulfill her dream?
Yeah, that would have been, regardless of what she would have chosen to do, if she was happy. And nothing made her more happy than this. So we supported it.
And I love that they're holding this like a baby. I think they're expecting a grandbaby soon.
Yeah, that is true. They are, and I will send them home with my award because they'll love it even more than I will, which says a lot.
Night I was grateful to be a part of. Trust me, it was spectacular.
Before you leave, can I do a trust fall?
You want me to catch you? I will catch you.
You want me to hold that?
I am strong like a bull.
Okay. All right, here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
I wouldn't let you go any
like a
further
trust
than
fall,
that.
baby. I mean, that was a bonding moment for life for Pink and me. And, music is powerful. No matter the journey you're on, it unifies all of us. And I think last night was a really great representation of that. And I know that we all bond over music and we love how healing it can be.
Yes, Donna, for sure. And we loved that.
And I love that bond between Kelly and Pink. That is, I knew they were friends, but I didn't know it was like that. That was a beautiful interview, Donna.
Donna, thank you for taking us behind the scenes. It was a lot of fun. Coming up
Anytime.
next,
Thanks,
thank you. Coming up next, she gave up her dream of becoming an author, and now Diane Marie Brown is out with her debut novel, She Never Gave Up. We're going to talk about Black Candle Women right after this.
Now to this month's Read with Jenna book club author Diane Marie Brown.
Her debut novel is called Black Candle Women, and we're going to talk to Diane all about it in a moment. But first, a little more about this spellbinding story.
At the beginning of Black Candle Women, we meet 3 generations of Montrose women living together in a quaint California bungalow. They depend only on each other and the unspoken bond of magic between them. That is until Nikki, the youngest family member, brings home her first love interest. As their family secrets slowly reveal themselves, each woman is forced to face up to her past decisions, dating all the way back to a tiny storefront in 1950s New Orleans. Can the women work together to undo a decades-old curse? Or will they be torn apart, destined never to love again?
Ooh, Diane, those that haven't read it are picking it up right now. Good morning. We also want to say hey to all of our Read with Jenna members joining us this morning. I think they're all from New Orleans, too, so this is so much fun. Diane, we've talked about this a lot, but this is your debut novel.
Yes.
And it's a long time coming, right?
It has been. I started this over 10 years ago. I finished it over 10 years ago and, didn't find an agent. I revised and tried again. And an opportunity came up and I found a great editor and a great agent through an open call, which is not really a traditional way that books get published. And it all came together. So I just think it was timing, I think, is very important. And it found you, which was wonderful. And so I think this was the right time for the book.
It's so interesting that you had something written and you shopped it. Like, I think this is good, but people told you it wasn't good. Otherwise, they would have published it.
Yeah.
Right.
What did that do to your confidence? Did you think, well, maybe I'm not as good as I thought I was?
Definitely questioned, you know, my abilities and, was this dream never going to happen? I had started working on something else and had put this away. But I just really loved these women. They kept coming back to me. And so that's why I couldn't let the story go.
You're right about timing.
Yes.
It's happening right on time. By the way, we don't always have big breaking news on this program, but we do today. Big breaking news. You and Jenna are going to turn your incredible book into a TV show.
Yes.
We are.
With Carla Waddles, who is an incredible writer. She did Fresh Prince. She is doing Fresh Prince right now.
Wait a minute.
On Peacock. So we get to work with her.
So who are you guys casting? What's happening?
Oh, well, we don't. Do you have any ideas?
Well, Mary J. Let's call her.
She was just on. Why didn't we ask
Okay,
her?
we're going to take her to Nobu and we'll figure it all out. Okay.
Oh, she would be great.
You know, so many women probably quit on their dreams. They think, people have said no enough.
Yes.
What kept you going?
Well, writing is just something that I just enjoy. I have a day job or a couple of day jobs. I work as a professor. I'm a public health professional, which I love those jobs as well. But you can have more than one dream. You can do more than one thing. But writing is something that always makes me happy. And so when I would go back and I develop these stories, I felt in a comfortable place. And so that's why I felt compelled to just keep going.
Wow. We're so glad you did. We're so glad you did. Well, you're going to stick around. We've got some beautiful viewers from New Orleans who have got some questions for you. We'll do that right after the break.
So good. I am.
And we're back with this month's Read with Jenna author Diane Marie Brown. Her debut novel, it is called Black Candle Women.
Okay, since New Orleans is kind of a character in this novel, we invited some of our readers from Baldwin and Company Bookstore in NOLA to join us on Zoom. They've got some questions for you, Diane. I love that we have some New Orleans readers.
Yes.
Our first question is from Farah, and it's about mother and daughter relationships. Hi, Farah.
Hello. First, I want to say I absolutely love this book. And my question is, Victoria's fraught relationship with Madeline is clearly evident, yet she continues to give her mother grace throughout the story. What I want to know is, why was it important to you to show this side of Victoria? And what do you hope others who may be dealing with this same type of relationship will glean from this aspect of the story?
Such a good question.
Yes, thanks for that question. So yes, mother-daughter relationships are complicated, and so in this story we have a few different mother-daughter relationships. And so Victoria's mother, Madeline, she's disappointed her, she's taking advantage of her, and she's coming back into her life, and I think she doesn't want to give her grace, but the other women in the family do so, and I think that allows her to let herself open up and allow her back into the family. But it's really about forgiveness is really what I wanted to share, you know, the value and importance of forgiveness for the person who is doing the forgiving.
I mean, by the way, this book for Mother's Day, I know we're still a bit out, but it's so much about the love of what we pass down and what we carry.
Speaking of daughters,
yes,
I think your two daughters are right. I mean, we have to shout them out.
There they are.
We can there you are. Well, we see you guys. Happy y'all are here. We've got our next question from Jared. It's about the power of lineage. Hey.
Hey, everyone. So on a really deep level, I think making the choice to center Voodoo and Hoodoo with the women of this book and the city of New Orleans is not something to be taken lightly when one considers who you are and your lineage. Can you discuss the power of home, lineage, and remembrance and how they help you conceive this story?
Wow, what a great question.
It is, yeah. Well, I spent a lot of time in New Orleans when I was young. We would travel there. That's where my family's from, and we spent a lot of time there. And so I definitely want to bring that as an element into the story. But something that I thought about when writing the story is just the things that we pass on. We pass, of course, our genetics, but our decisions impact future generations in ways that we can't really fathom. And so I think about decisions that my ancestors made that shaped me, and things that I do right now in my life that shape my, grandchildren. And in this story, we see those things passed along. These characters, they just happen to pass along the spirituality of voodoo and the craft of hoodoo as a part of their lineage.
Didn't you find a book or something that kind of was the catalyst for that part of the story?
Yes, so I read a book about hoodoo, well, a few, including some of the work of Zora Neale Hurston.
Yeah.
But just that really inspired a lot of the ideas that I had.
Wait, you have a couple book recommendations, right?
Yes, there's some similar stories. There's a book by a woman named E.M. Tran called Daughters of the New Year that I really enjoyed. The Lost Apothecary by Sarah Penner, which I think has a similar type of vibe, and a book called What the Fireflies Knew, and All That She Carried by Tia Miles.
Oh, I love those.
All good picks. And by the way, guess what? If you're in New York today, you're really lucky.
Yes, because Diane is going to be doing a special signing at 11 o'clock. So y'all come on down.
6 minutes. Come on.
It's at the Shops at NBC Studios, so come in. And for more on Black Candle Women, head to today.com/read with Jenna. Get it wherever you buy your books, or possibly that wonderful independent bookstore in New Orleans.
You're right. And by the way, it's 49th between 5th and 6th if you happen to be in Manhattan, if you want to come
Take a cab. Let's go.
Got the one train and the B and the C. All right, we'll be back right after this.
Thank you, Diane. I know.
Great job.
11 minutes, not much warning.
In case you haven't heard, you can now stream all 4 hours of Today, plus your local NBC station as a bundle, all on Peacock Live.
That's so great. So it's all available as part of Peacock's new Mornings News Live collection. For details, head to peacock.com/morning
Nice to have
news.
one spot to get everything. All right, coming up tomorrow, home decor on a budget with Preston Conrad.
And a delicious meatloaf from the Queen of Soul Food, Melba Wilson.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours. Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Butchery is seen as this really large-scale brute force thing, and it takes a lot of physical strength, but a lot of it is also really intricate and small, kind of meditative moments. Sausage making being one of those things.
The color is still really nice.
Yeah, it looks beautiful. I'm Cara Nicoletti. I'm a fourth-generation butcher and co-founder of Seymour Meats and Veggies. I want butchers in the future to not be scared of people eating less meat. I just think that we need to get a little bit more creative about our job. Everyone, the food is ready. The mission really is to make it easier and more fun for people to eat well. It turns out that adding vegetables, making that meat stretch farther, democratizes good meat, if you will, makes it more available to more people.
They're just so good.
My family's history in butchery started with my great-grandfather. He was a cattle merchant in Russia. That was where my great-grandpa started working in the meat industry. And then he opened a shop in the north end of Boston in the 1940s with some of his family. When my grandpa was 13, him and his brother, Bobby, started working in the shop and eventually took it over. Is that you?
That's me.
Yeah.
That's Bob. I'm Seymour Solet, and I'm a retired butcher. Both of us went to work helping my dad in the meat market. My brother and I were partners until the day he passed away a couple of years ago. This was the store.
Wow.
65 Salem Street. I had 3 daughters. I never thought that my girls would be interested, and they weren't. My daughters used to bring the children into my office for me to take care of them while they went out and did things. And Cara always wanted to go into the smelly room.
I was, out of my sisters and my cousins, probably the most curious about what they were doing in the shop. Growing up, I always wanted to sort of like peek behind the curtain and see. I graduated in 2008. The economy collapsed. I was working at a restaurant as a baker, and one of the owners, who also had a grandfather who was a butcher, was like, if you ever want to do some like light butchery work, breaking down chickens and pork shoulders and stuff, let me know. So I started doing that, and it sort of like sparked an interest in me. So I started apprenticing for free. I did that for about a year and then left to go butcher full time. I remember calling my papa, Seymour, when I got my first apprenticeship. I could tell that he was hoping like it was something that didn't stick.
Well, I said, this is the funniest story, the funniest joke. You're joking with me and everything else. And she said, no.
I really have my entire working life worked with my hands, and I enjoy that much more.
I trusted her and believed in her. As a matter of fact, I gave her some of my tools.
This is Papa's Seymour's honing steel that he gave me. As soon as I started butchering full-time, I gravitated toward sausage making immediately, and I realized pretty early on that I had hit on an idea. As much as I believe in regenerative agriculture and all of that, there's just no way to sustainably eat meat every single night of the week. So I started sneaking a lot of vegetables into my sausages. I had set out to make 40 pounds of sausages, and after I'd mixed it all together, I weighed out the mix, and it was like 70-something pounds. I had essentially doubled my meat by adding vegetables to it. When I was working at Foster's and just couldn't physically keep up with the demand was when I realized that it definitely was a scalable idea. It's been the last 2 years of working nonstop trying to get this to market. I went to close to 100 co-packers asking them if they would help me, and every single one of them said no, because what we're doing is more complicated. We finally found one co-packer outside of Kansas City, Missouri, the Phantasmas, and flew out to go see them, and they were like, sure, we'll try it.
Hey!
Hi!
How's it going?
Good, how are you? Oh, Mario! Hi! I really owe everything to them because they saw something in me, and they saw something in my idea that they thought was worth taking a risk on. I was making Lou and Mario peel beets and dice them in the thing that makes bologna.
I believe it was the challenge. We've never done sausage with vegetables and meat combined at the amounts that she was looking for.
We immediately saw the drive that she had, the passion she had about the sausages she made.
We've always wanted to work with a sausage queen.
Oh my gosh! Vivi, do you want to help me prep some vegetables? We went back and forth about the name for a long time. We had a few different iterations that just didn't stick, and I always wanted it to be Seymour.
These are cooking up fantastic, huh? God, look at those. They're just cooking up.
Gorgeous.
Gorgeous. I love her, and I said to her, no, don't call it Seymour Meats and Vegetables. I wanted her to call it something like Cara's Kitchen, because it really, it's her. And of course, I am humbled by what she did, and I'm very emotional about that.
We are all obsessed with Seymour. We love him and use him as a model of positivity and gratitude.
That's delicious.
So this is about honoring my whole family.
The truth of the matter is, Cara revolutionized the sausage business.
Make no mistake, this was not an easy process, and I almost quit many, many, many times.
Cara went to Whole Foods and they bought her product immediately. I mean, I can lie awake at night thinking how remarkable it is that she was able to achieve that, and I'm very proud of her.
Butchering is a really, really difficult job with very little financial payoff, but I would not do anything differently. Women make really good butchers and really good cooks, really good chefs. I think the more of us that are in this industry, the better.
I understand what it takes to accomplish what she's accomplished. And let me tell you, it is no easy feat. And it didn't happen overnight for Cara. And it's just the beginning as far as I'm concerned.
Love you so much.
There are a few things that make me happier than physically farming. Big, sweaty, kind of brutal tasks. I think I've always known in some form that this farm and this work around connecting people and land needed to exist.
You wanna be free of your anxiety, just so catchy. I think the wind likes it.
My name is Leah Penniman, and I'm the founding co-director at Soulfire Farm in Grafton, New York. Soulfire Farm is a Black Indigenous-led community farm that's dedicated to ending racism in the food system and training up the next generation of activist farmers. Between 1% and 2% of farms are Black-owned, which is down from a peak of 14% of Black-owned farms in 1910. And this is not because Black folks don't want to farm. This is because of a whole legacy of discrimination, of institutional racism. I grew up in a small rural town called Ashburnham, Massachusetts. I'm the oldest of 3, and we were, for most of our childhood, the only brown kids in our entire school. And we experienced just a lot of social exclusion and racial bullying. It ranged from taunting, being called names, to assumptions about our intelligence. The land and the forest were a salvation for me. I attended every single farming conference that I could afford to go to. But by my late teens, early 20s, I started to get disillusioned because I'd look around at these farming conferences and all the presenters were white, and I looked around and there was only a handful of people of color. A mentor of mine said something so important to me at that time. She was just like, look, don't give up. I know that right now it seems like you're out of place, but remember that our ancestors have been farmers for millennia, and that our ancestors built the agricultural system of this country on their backs. I was really grateful that she was there and encouraged me to stick with it. My partner Jonah and I were living in the south end of Albany, New York with our then infant children, Nashima and Emmett. And despite our master's degrees and over a decade of farming experience, found it impossible to get fresh food for our children. There were no supermarkets, no farmers markets, no available community garden plots. The only food is a corner store, a liquor store, and a McDonald's. This system of segregation is termed by the government a food desert. To us, there's nothing natural about apartheid. So we call it what it is, it's food apartheid. It comes out of a legacy of redlining and housing discrimination, of divestment from communities of color, and has resulted in the situation today where if you're white, you're 4 times as likely to have a supermarket on your block than if you're Black. You're more likely to have diabetes, heart disease, and other diet-related illnesses, not because you don't know how to eat, but because there is a scarcity of affordable, culturally appropriate quality food that's accessible. And so we work to establish a community garden right on the corner plot near our home. So when our neighbors found out that we knew how to farm, they encouraged us to start the Farm for the People, and the idea for Soulfire Farm was born. We purchased the land in 2006, and it took us 4 years to transform this marginal, degraded, and vacant land into human habitat and suitable farmland. And we opened the farm in 2011 with a small food distribution program that went right to our neighbors in the South End. A couple thousand folks roll through here every year to attend our farm training programs.
The rest of you are just going to contemplate and pray for the strawberries' happy homemaking.
There are 8 of us working here on the farm. We have an amazing team. We have a number of day-long programs and week-long camps for youth who are interested in farming, and a whole lot of community days and workshops on particular skills. It's really whatever our community is asking us for, we do our best to provide. Our most popular is the week-long BIPOC Fire, stands for Black Indigenous People of Color, Farming in Relationship with Earth. We have folks coming from 37 states and 3 countries this year, Spanish and English speakers, young and old. And we spend a week together doing hands-on-the-land training. We have a number of courses on business management, marketing, as well as crop planning. If you count everyone who's gone through any program, we have over 10,000 alumni. We provide ongoing and forever mentorship. We hook folks up with jobs, land, fellowships, and other opportunities. You know, land is the place where the lynchings, the beatings, the enslavement, the sharecropping took place. And so there's no way to escape the trauma associated with that. And so a big part of what I and we are trying to do at Soulfire is to reach back across the narrative of the hundreds of years of land-based oppression to Cleopatra's, compost piles and the raised beds of the Ovambo people in Namibia, to reach back to the work of Dr. George Washington Carver, creating regenerative agriculture, and Dr. Booker T. Watley with Farm to Table. So to really reclaim the dignity of it is super important. If we can't feed ourselves, we can't truly be free.
All right, so everyone who's part of the tour, just come a little closer. We'll go ahead and get started. We're gonna travel around the farm together, get a chance to visit some of the sacred sites, hear the stories, and you can ask your questions as well as we go. So follow me this way.
Community Farm Day is our monthly public event where volunteers come from all around the region to share in the labor of the land, to have a potluck lunch, and then to participate in a tour and Q&A session. It's the one time that the farm's open to the public.
Now, what's very important with strawberries is that their meristem or growth point is right here. So what do you think happens if you bury that?
Drown.
It will not grow.
We have a bunch of different teams working on different tasks, including transplanting the fall strawberries, cleaning and curing the garlic and onions, harvesting potatoes, removing some of the materials and supplies that we're done with for the season. And Jonah will be working with some volunteers, many of whom have traveled 3 or 4 hours just to get here today. We have a lot of teens that come through the farm, and not all of them are going to be farmers, but they see folks who look like them following their dreams and being their own bosses and running their own institutions. What matters to me is that they can see a wider vision of what's possible for their own lives.
This is what we're trying to get to, so it's great to see it in person.
Yeah, just a goal.
It makes my heart flutter. Like, honestly, I'm so inspired.
When I say 5, you say minutes. 5. Until lunch, which means you should please help all the teams clean up and put everything away.
She tried to.
We do doorstep delivery of vegetables, eggs, pastured meat, and herbs, and folks can actually pay for that using their EBT benefits. The vast majority of people say that having those vegetables has made a huge difference in their health, whether that's a reduction in blood pressure or cholesterol or overall sense of well-being. And especially for our lower income members, many of them say if it wasn't for those vegetables, they'd literally be eating ramen and boiled pasta and canned foods because they simply don't have anywhere to get fresh food like we offer. There's nothing that makes me happier than seeing our alumni farm. So for example, Dallas Robinson in North Carolina just recently opened the Harriet Tubman Farm. Folks like Keisha Cameron outside of Atlanta, Georgia at High Hog Farm. Fundamentally, I want to create a different kind of educational environment for young people that I never got to experience, where you can go ahead and be proud to be a soil nerd, and you also will have your culture uplifted, your heritage uplifted, and be affirmed for who you are and encouraged to pursue your wildest dreams.
I see Leah and I stand there and I listen to her and I'm just in complete awe. Like I feel a physical reaction in my body and I just want to be quiet and listen.
I've had mixed feelings in the past around doing public speaking. It always seemed like the real work was here on the farm, and then I'd go out and just talk about the real work. And something shifted for me when I witnessed how many people who heard our talks then went on to join a program to learn how to farm, or did something like give away their land to a Black farmer. It's really an honor and pleasure to be here with all of you. I feel excited, I feel deeply pleased to talk about two of my favorite things, which are the earth and the ancestors and what they want us to be up to.
Skull caps, you're gonna grow so strong. So we wrote this song. It's gonna help.
Our waiting list for our training programs is years long. Our people are yearning, right? Some of us confuse the scene of the crime, which was the land, with the crime. But the fact is the land has always had our back. In fact, we survived because of that connection with the land. My hope is that we spread our love, our knowledge, our resources out through the network of Black and brown farmers so that 10, 20 years from now, people will be like, wait, what's Soulfire again? Because there's literally right around the corner a Black and brown led teaching farm, so that it becomes so commonplace that we have to remind our children about a time when all the land was white owned and a time when all the farmers were exploited, because that's become such a distant memory.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm here at Vermilion. It's a restaurant in downtown Chicago. They specialize in Latin and Indian food. I'm going to tell you about all these mouth-watering dishes in just a minute. But first, I want to introduce you to a group of 4 women restaurateurs who formed a sisterhood, and they're helping hundreds of women across the country, keeping their women-owned restaurants open. Plus, we're going to talk about a way that you can help some of these restaurants in your own cities as well. In one word, what does it take to be a woman restaurateur?
Guts. I think a sense of humor.
Resilience. Flexibility.
For these 4 women, the COVID crisis crippled their livelihoods. They struggled to keep their dining rooms open as restaurants shut down in cities across the country.
7 of the 10 restaurants on my block are closed.
Rohini Day, mother of 2 and owner of Vermilion Restaurant in Chicago, thought COVID might shatter 18 years of work she put into her restaurant.
4 months was a complete abyss of trying to figure out, do I even want to be in this industry, given the safety issues, given the trauma to our staff, all laid off, trying our best to support them.
But she took action, creating Let's Talk. What is Let's Talk?
Let's Talk is an action-led movement of women business owners who own restaurants, and our goal is to help each other survive this crisis and to grow in the long term.
What started as a small group of women restaurant owners in the Windy City now includes more than 350 female restaurant owners nationwide.
I'm just blown away at what we've done in this small little time.
I spoke with Rohini and Let's Talk members in Boston, Atlanta, and Oakland.
How many of you at any point thought you might lose your restaurants? Everybody?
It's just, I never thought this could happen, where we would be in this type of position.
And to be honest, I still am not out of the woods. I just keep moving forward and hoping for the best.
During the pandemic, an estimated 110,000 restaurants closed for good. That's 17% of the nation's eateries. And according to the National Restaurant Association, some 2.4 million restaurant employees are still out of work.
I had no idea if it was going to reopen again.
May German and her husband Nelson had opened a new restaurant in Oakland just days before the pandemic hit.
Hitting our 1-year anniversary, but our dining room has only been open for 14 days. We were really thrilled to join Let's Talk.
For these women, Let's Talk serves as a resource and a sisterhood to share ideas for how to keep going.
That learning from each other is such a core part of Let's Talk. So every call that we have, we walk away with 10 to 15 different ideas.
We also tried everything under the sun. You know, we sold meal kits, we did virtual cooking demos and cocktail classes.
How important is it to have other people that you can lean on?
The restaurant industry for years has been male dominated. So to be a woman in this industry, you're already coming in knowing that you're going to be fighting an uphill battle. The camaraderie that we have together has only helped to, I think, position us and make us stronger.
For women like Deborah and Jen, this organization has been a lifeline.
It was a new village for me, and a village surrounded around women restaurateurs, which I have never had.
We have cross-color lines, diversity is everywhere, cultures from all over the world are in existence. Going to make sure each other gets out of this okay.
Hey guys, you can help women-owned restaurants all across the country by purchasing a meal through Let's Talk. You'll have it on International Women's Day, which is coming up Monday, March 8th. And you can find out all those details on today.com. I want to bring in Rohini Day. She's here. This is the founder of Let's Talk and also the owner of this restaurant. Rohini, phones are starting to ring already. I love it. Tell us about all this food. Where does it come from and how do people get a taste of it?
Vicky, so lovely to be here. This is just an example of what we're doing in Chicago for our International Women's Day dinner. Anything from my Indian Latin to Mexican to Vietnamese to Ethiopian, the gamut. Now, can you imagine a surprise multi-restaurant tasting menu led by your leading women restaurateurs, not just in Chicago, but in 9 different cities? I mean, what could be a better celebration? In pairing with a conversation with us on power and positive collaboration.
Rohini, when do people have to order by? And give us an idea of what's the menu starting price.
Yeah, so the price ranges by city, and it starts at $55 for a course of 4, a surprise dinner, to anywhere to a course of 10 for $150. And so this is going to be an extravagant way to support your women restaurateurs and feast.
I love it, and they'll get the meal on Monday. So Rohini, before I let you go, there is one more thing, if you don't mind. Could you take the lid off of this little silver dish here, and then could you just read what's on the card for me, please?
Absolutely. I did want to remind your viewers to please order by tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Tomorrow, get those orders in.
Now this is something that's been served by today to us, so I have no idea. And so I'm just going to read it.
Yes, please.
Uber Eats was so inspired by your work that they decided to make an initial $10,000 contribution to the National Restaurant Association's Educational Foundation to support Let's Talk and women-owned restaurants like yours. unbelievable. Thank you so much.
That's great.
That's the kind of tangible contribution we need. We urge all your viewers to back us, find us, support us. Thank you so much for
You are
showcasing us and
so welcome. It has been a pleasure, and I know how hard the restaurant industry has been hit. And as we talked about, half of people know a restaurant that they love has shut down during this pandemic. So order takeout, order catering, and support, especially for women-owned restaurants. Thank you so much.
Butchery is seen as this really large-scale brute force thing, and it takes a lot of physical strength, but a lot of it is also really intricate and small, kind of meditative moments. Sausage making being one of those things.
The color is still really nice.
Yeah, it looks beautiful. I'm Cara Nicoletti. I'm a fourth-generation butcher and co-founder of Seymour Meats and Veggies. I want butchers in the future to not be scared of people eating less meat. I just think that we need to get a little bit more creative about our job. Everyone, the food is ready. The mission really is to make it easier and more fun for people to eat well. It turns out that adding vegetables, making that meat stretch farther, democratizes good meat, if you will, makes it more available to more people.
They're just so good.
My family's history in butchery started with my great-grandfather. He was a cattle merchant in Russia. That was where my great-grandpa started working in the meat industry. And then he opened a shop in the north end of Boston in the 1940s with some of his family. When my grandpa was 13, him and his brother, Bobby, started working in the shop and eventually took it over. Is that you?
That's me.
Yeah.
That's Bob. I'm Seymour Celette, and I'm a retired butcher. Both of us went to work helping my dad in the meat market. My brother and I were partners until the day he passed away a couple of years ago. This was the store.
Wow.
65 Salem Street. I had 3 daughters. I never thought that my girls would be interested, and they weren't. My daughters used to bring the children into my office for me to take care of them while they went out and did things. And Cara always wanted to go into the smelly room.
I was, out of my sisters and my cousins, probably the most curious about what they were doing in the shop. Growing up, I always wanted to sort of like peek behind the curtain and see. I graduated in 2008. The economy collapsed. I was working at a restaurant as a baker, and one of the owners, who also had a grandfather who was a butcher, was like, if you ever want to do some like light butchery work, breaking down chickens and pork shoulders and stuff, let me know. So I started doing that, and it sort of like sparked an interest in me. So I started apprenticing for free. I did that for about a year and then left to go butcher full time. I remember calling my papa, Seymour, when I got my first apprenticeship. I could tell that he was hoping like it was something that didn't stick.
Well, I said, yeah, this is the funniest story, the funniest joke. You're joking with me and everything else. And she said, no.
I really have my entire working life worked with my hands, and I enjoy that much more.
I trusted her and believed in her. As a matter of fact, I gave her some of my tools.
This is Papa's Seymour's honing steel that he gave me. As soon as I started butchering full time, I gravitated toward sausage making immediately, and I realized pretty early on that I had hit on an idea. As much as I believe in regenerative agriculture and all of that, there's just no way to sustainably eat meat every single night of the week. So I started sneaking a lot of vegetables into my sausages. I had set out to make 40 pounds of sausages, and after I'd mixed it all together, I weighed out the mix, and it was like 70-something pounds. I had essentially doubled my meat by adding vegetables to it. When I was working at Foster's and just couldn't physically keep up with the demand was when I realized that it definitely was a scalable idea. It's been the last 2 years of working nonstop trying to get this to market. I went to close to 100 co-packers asking them if they would help me, and every single one of them said no, because what we're doing is more complicated. We finally found one co-packer outside of Kansas City, Missouri, the Phantasmas, and flew out to go see them, and they were like, sure, we'll try it.
Hey!
Hi!
How's it going?
Good, how are you? Oh, Mario! Hi! I really owe everything to them because they saw something in me, and they saw something in my idea that they thought was worth taking a risk on. I was making Lou and Mario peel beets and dice them in the thing that makes bologna.
I believe it was the challenge. We never done sausage with vegetables and meat combined at the amounts that she was looking for.
We immediately saw the drive that she had, the passion she had about the sausages she made.
We've always wanted to work with a sausage queen.
Oh my gosh!
Vivi, do you want to help me prep some vegetables? We went back and forth about the name for a long time. We had a few different iterations that just didn't stick, and I always wanted it to be Seymour.
These are cooking up fantastic, huh? God, look at those. They're just cooking up.
Gorgeous.
Gorgeous. I love her, and I said to her, no, don't call it Seymour Meats and Vegetables. I wanted her to call it something like Cara's Kitchen, because it really, it's her. And of course, I am humbled by what she did, and I'm very emotional about that.
We are all obsessed with Seymour. We love him and use him as a model of positivity and gratitude.
That's delicious.
So this is about honoring my whole family.
The truth of the matter is, Cara revolutionized the sausage business.
Make no mistake, this was not an easy process, and I almost quit many, many, many times.
Cara went to Whole Foods and they bought her product immediately. I mean, I can lie awake at night thinking how remarkable it is that she was able to achieve that, and I'm very proud of her.
Butchering is a really, really difficult job with very little financial payoff, but I would not do anything differently. Women make really good butchers and really good cooks, really good chefs. I think the more of us that are in this industry, the better.
I understand what it takes to accomplish what she's accomplished. And let me tell you, it is no easy feat. And it didn't happen overnight for Cara. And it's just a beginning as far as I'm concerned.
I love you so much.
There's a new magazine looking to shake up the culinary world. For years, you may have seen some of the same faces on TV and in magazines, but you're about to meet a woman who is looking to add some new perspectives to the food picture. Take a look.
It's the first of its kind, For the Culture, a new magazine celebrating Black women in food and wine, and written, photographed, and illustrated all by Black women. It's the brainchild of Clancy Miller, a pastry chef turned food writer.
I worked in Paris at a bakery and a restaurant, and I loved it, but I also realized that I wanted to work outside of the restaurant. So from working in kitchens to writing about food.
When it comes to food and wine and beautiful cookbooks, there's certainly no shortage. So what made you decide that it's time for something a little bit different?
I've never seen a lot of focus on Black people in general, but specifically Black women. And I truly believe that Black women are the architects of kitchens and cuisines in this country throughout history and in many countries throughout the world. So I wanted to create a publication that would center our experiences, our expertise, and our voices in relationship to food and wine.
Inspired by a famous writer, she went to work.
There's a quote that Toni Morrison has said, which is, if there is a book that you want to read, write it.
Ooh.
And so this is a magazine, but I felt like this is something I want to read.
And that was just the beginning. Clancy launched a crowdfunding campaign a little over a year ago and sought submissions. That was enough to begin putting pen to paper. 35 women contributed to the first issue. Gracing the cover, culinary historian, cookbook author, and college professor Jessica B. Harris.
I want people to feel inspired to learn something more about a person they didn't know about before. If you have never made a Somalian meal, I hope you'll try one of the recipes. So I want people to feel like their curiosity is being sated.
In celebration of the magazine's release, we toasted 3 women profiled in the issue. Angela Davis, also known as The Kitchenista, is a home cook and an 8-year food blogger of The Kitchenista Diaries. Mashama Bailey is an award-winning executive chef and partner of The Gray Restaurant and The Gray Market in Savannah, Georgia. And Krista Scruggs is a Vermont farmer, winemaker, and business owner of Zaffa Wines, who provided a little tasting event for us. Krista, what do you think about this magazine?
Because finally having space and holding space when everyone else has but us, or that we've got to fight harder to have our voices heard.
Mashama, bring us behind the scenes to be a woman of color in the food and wine space.
I do think that it's lonely. You know, I don't think that there are many of us. And it's really been an eye-opening journey to meet people.
Angela, what would you want people to know?
My daughter's 6, and to flip through this magazine, and it was just picture after picture of Black and brown women and food, and it's all about us.
I'm looking at our boxes. We're all in different places right now. One thing is for sure, food and wine and culture, it connects us, doesn't it?
Yeah. We're here celebrating our stories, celebrating each other.
Congratulations, and here's to many more.
Oh, the For the Culture is a biannual magazine right now. It can be purchased online, but Clancy is working on getting it into bookstores too. We were just talking about it to try maybe some new spices or new recipes from around the world.
Welcome back. Time now for She Made It. The booze business is typically dominated by men.
But leave it to Jill Martin to find the group of game-changing women from San Francisco who are really mixing things up.
Yeah, good one. And this was a really tough assignment, but I decided to take it for all of us. At 21 Seeds, girls call the shots, but this is definitely not your college tequila. Thank goodness.
For the makers of 21 Seeds Tequila, irony actually comes in a bottle.
3 counts. 1, 2, 3.
It's interesting how this company came about because you were actually told to stop drinking.
Yep. I started having night sweats. So I went to my doctor and he said, listen, stop drinking fermented spirits. So move away from wines and beer and move to distilled spirits.
Kat Hontus followed doctor's orders.
You gotta try it with the tajin.
And she started drinking Blanco tequila that comes from the agave plant, a cleaner spirit without the additives and organic matter found in beer and wine.
Almost immediately, the night sweats stopped.
After several years of homemade research and development, Kat, along with her sister Nicole Emanuel and friend Sarika Singh, knew they had something.
I was sort of making bootleg tequila, bootleg infused tequila. And I was serving it to all my friends at parties.
It's really smooth.
One of Kat's secret powers actually is her palate. She can taste every single note in something.
This is the easiest cocktail that there is.
You said to me, this isn't your college tequila.
21 Seeds is actually an infused tequila. We infuse with real fruit, and that imparts just a hint of flavor. It makes it super smooth
smooth. Friends started asking Kat for her homemade orange, grapefruit, and cucumber tequila, and 21 Seeds was launched last year.
So it really was one of the aha moments, your husband saying to you, I'm tired of you making tequila in our kitchen and bringing it to people's homes?
Yes. The journey of the 21 Seeds brand from Kat's kitchen to the store shelf was a boozy one.
How many iterations did it take?
I would say it took almost probably like 20 or 30, if not more, over a course of like 9 months.
In order to truly get a taste for a tequila, Kat had to have an empty stomach.
I was like, oh God, I gotta taste tequila in the morning at 7 in the morning.
True tequila has to come from Jalisco, Mexico. And Kat, Nicole, and Sarika found one of the only distilleries there run by women to make their brand.
So the goal was really, how do we do what she's doing at scale and not compromise on the taste, on the quality, on anything?
The trio raised $2 million and then went for broke. Their first pitch was to a large West Coast beverage retailer called Bevmo.
So you called them up and you said, hey, with 3 women, we have this tequila, can we come in?
Yeah, we emailed them and said exactly that.
All were in Mexico working on their infused tequila when they heard the news.
And Kat's like, look at this. What does this say? What does this say? I don't know how to read a PO. Give me what are you saying? And it was all 3 SKUs, all 146 stores, and basically our first run.
What's next for 21 Seeds?
World domination.
Cheers!
And cheers here.
Cheers, indeed. This is
Okay,
very
so let me.
smooth.
It's very smooth. So I'm not a tequila drinker, but actually try it. You have this is the hibiscus grapefruit, the cucumber jalapeno, and the Valencia orange. But it's smooth, right?
Yeah, more than 110,000 restaurants across this country have permanently closed in the last year. That's according to the National Restaurant Association. And thousands continue to be at risk of closing.
Chanel is joining us now with more hopeful and happy story. Yeah.
You know what? It will be uplifting, I hope.
Okay.
Good morning to you. When a restaurant has deep roots in a city, staying in business is often essential to a thriving neighborhood. In many ways, these establishments are the fabric and backbone of the community. Keeping the doors open is a sign of hope. And I met 2 restaurant owners fighting for their futures. Daddy D's barbecue joint is an institution, one of Atlanta's most well-known and popular spots for ribs.
Daddy D's has been here for 30 years. I've had people come in and say, I had my first date here, or my parents brought me here after my high school graduation, or I've been eating here since I was 2 years old.
Chris Jackson saved the restaurant.
Hey, Tony, how long on the ribs?
Buying the barbecue joint from the original owner just 3 years ago. More than a business decision, this was deeply personal. It was the first place Jackson tried barbecue in the city when she moved here almost 30 years ago.
When I bought Daddy D's, I had gone through breast cancer and I had gotten laid off from my job on the day that I had my mastectomy. Didn't know what I was going to do. And I found out it was for sale and, family helped make it possible.
Cancer-free and a single mom of 3, she pours her heart and soul into the place, doing things the old-fashioned way, 100% homemade with an authentic pit out back.
If I were to walk into Daddy D's, how would you describe the vibe or the mood of the place?
It was a shabby shack. So when you walk in, that's the first vibe you get. And I've been trying to fix it up to make it shacky chic.
Those plans were put on hold when the pandemic hit.
Business trickled to a crawl. And then all of a sudden I just saw the meat prices were going haywire. Paper goods shot through the roof. I had to make masks for my employees because I couldn't find them.
Was there ever a time when you thought it may not work to keep this open?
There were several nights that I went home and cried. Several nights. When you put everything you have into something and you don't have another avenue and you're a single mom, you have to worry about how you're going to feed your kids.
She's not alone. Many restaurant owners across the country are struggling to pay the bills, and they offer much more than a menu to the neighborhood. They are community builders, like the Four-Way in Memphis, a local establishment serving soul food for 75 years. Why do you think it has been able to stand the test of time?
Our backbone happens to be the loyal local community here, and it's because of them that we are who we are and why we still exist.
Patrice Bates Thompson and her family have run the restaurant since her father purchased it from the original owners more than 20 years ago.
He actually grew up in this immediate neighborhood. He watched them knock down buildings that he was used to seeing as a child. So it was just important that he continued to have a part of the rich history in this neighborhood.
That rich history extends back to the civil rights era when activists gathered at the Four-Way, including Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Reverend Jesse Jackson. Today, the iconic restaurant is fighting to keep its history alive.
It's just important for me to continue the legacy and keep the history going and see the community thrive again.
I don't think it's ever good to watch iconic, historic restaurants or any other business to close. The mom and pops have always been the backbone of this country.
That's true. All over the country, both restaurant owners are with us now. Chris Jackson from Daddy D's Barbecue in Atlanta, along with her beautiful children. And from Memphis, at the Four-Way, Patrice Bates Thompson and her husband and daughter. Good morning to all of you.
Morning, guys.
Good morning, Chris. Let me see you and your beautiful kiddos. Chris, first of all, we want the ribs. We want you to send us ribs to Studio 1A. They look delicious.
Come on and get them. We got them for you.
All right.
Or that, field trip.
Now, we know that you guys are not open for indoor dining, just outdoor dining. So how is business going?
We're making it. You know, we're just trying to keep the doors open as much as possible, hoping that we'll soon be able to go back to indoor. I don't feel like it's safe enough, but, you know, it's one day at a time.
And Patrice, the Four-Way over there in Memphis, you guys have been around for over 70 years. What's your biggest challenge today?
The same. We're trying to stay safe, and the biggest challenge is staff. Getting good staff to work for us.
Well, listen, we know how important your restaurants are to your local and your loyal customers and your communities and how crucial it is to keep your doors open. So we have something to share with both of you this morning. You guys can hear me, right? Loud and clear? Our sponsor, American Express,
Yes, okay.
all right, well, is working with the National Trust for Historic Preservation to give each of you a $40,000 grant as part of their Backing Small Business program to help keep your businesses open. I'm having chills while I'm saying this because I know how badly you guys need this. And they want you to take that $40,000 and serve your community. I'm like, my heart is like,
Now you got us all in tears.
Wow, thank
Chris,
you.
I hope you know.
I'm such an ugly crier.
You're beautiful. Chris, it's $40,000 and it's a grant, not a loan.
Yes.
You don't have to pay it back. It's for you.
That is so... Thank you, Jesus. That is so amazing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's amazing.
That's amazing.
Love you guys. Can I tell you guys, when I was interviewing you guys,
Mancy, if you're watching,
yay, I was interviewing them, and I knew who was coming, and they were both just, so passionate and just wanting to stay in their communities and so loyal, and so I'm just so thankful that American Express was able to do this for you guys.
We like to do something called Foodie Friday. Last week they made us eat these really disgusting jelly beans. But
who's they? They made you
They
eat?
means is Joanne. But today we wanted to spotlight a couple of women-owned small businesses that were recommended by our food team here at NBC. So first up, this is Bryn's Jams and Marmalade.
And they ship everywhere, we should say, correct?
And by the way, these aren't just any normal jams. They have unique flavors like cherry chai.
Cherry chai.
Or lemon saffron.
These are scones.
No, these are biscuits.
Oh. Okay.
But whatever. I mean, all the same. Tomato, tomato. Okay, and they're $5 a jar at Bryn's Jam. Y'all can get them anywhere. Should we try one?
Yeah, and so you can, if you like these, you can ship them to friends. Yeah.
You didn't try the jam.
No, I didn't.
You don't like a jam?
I was trying to do keto, but it just went out the window.
I know, but you're trying to do keto. This is a biscuit.
Yeah. I'm
I'm sorry.
I know, right? And what are these?
These aren't on keto either, but these are King Street Baking Company, and they make these adorable.
I said trying to do keto. That just went out the window.
Sorry, Maria, I didn't realize.
So what are these?
These are little sheet cakes. This is peanut butter chai. Everything is chai. Chai must be in.
Right.
And this is based in Brooklyn, but y'all, they ship nationwide too through Goldbelly.
Oh yeah, that's really good.
What's Goldbelly?
That's where you can order all this stuff.
Y'all know it?
I'm here for the weekend, and I'm going to go to Brooklyn.
You are?
I just decided that. Yeah.
You're so hip.
I'm so hip. I figure if I go over there, I'll kind of get hip. Just by walking around, yes. I'll just be, if you see some person wandering around Brooklyn by themselves, trying to get hip, it's me. Do not come over, just look and go,
I have a leather coat you can borrow, or you should just borrow some of Joanne's clothes.
Her clothes are hip.
Right? She's
I
hip.
know, she's really
We are so excited to get started with cooking and today food. But before we do that, we're just going to take 1 second and shout out our new executive producer. Talia's in the house. We just want to say, hey, welcome to today.
First day.
It's her first day of school. Go, Talia.
We're so
happy you're
thrilled
here.
She's here. And you know who else we're so happy to have? Well, she's not at the ranch hanging out with her family or filming episodes of her hit Food Network show. Ree Drummond is busy coming up with easy and delicious meals for you and your family.
Ree's the star of The Pioneer Woman and a best-selling author of 7 cookbooks. Her latest is called The Pioneer Woman Cooks Super Easy. It's 120 shortcut recipes for dinners, desserts, and more. We've missed you.
Ree, we're so happy you're here.
It is so, I just feel like I'm seeing old friends, and it's just so happy. I'm so happy to be here. Love it.
Ree, okay, first of all, we have to say congratulations.
Yes.
Your daughter got married.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
How was that?
It was so much fun. I mean, it was, we did it on the ranch, which was a crazy idea. We sort of built this huge tent out there, but it was fun. And the great thing is there was a lot of work, but the day of, we were just able to let the process happen and enjoy it. It wasn't stressful.
Did you do any? You didn't do any cooking for it, did you?
No.
Good. You just
No,
relaxed.
no,
I just wanna
no.
make
I know.
sure.
I was going to say, who does Ree hire as the
No,
caterer?
that's why I was able to relax and have fun,
And
right?
to watch your husband walk her down the aisle, we know he's been recovering from an accident. It must
Yeah.
have been special.
It was wonderful. I mean, it was a blessing. That's my favorite picture of the two of them. He was a little stiff then. He's doing much better. He's on his horse today, so everything's great.
Back
We're
on the horse.
Very, very lucky.
All right, what are we going to cook?
Oh my gosh. Okay, so now that Hoda has eaten a whole chocolate cake today,
That is really good.
Why was everybody making fun of you? I don't appreciate that.
Thank you, Jen.
If
I
I
think
had
you
been
would
there, I
have
would've
supported
stood
me.
up. It was really quiet, and then all of a sudden the cake was gone. And but
You should see what she does to chips.
Well, you know,
You know
it's
what?
morning.
It's happening again.
You have the rest of the day to work it off, right?
Exactly.
So
She will.
after the cake, I thought it'd be great to make some vegetables. So I'm going to do a sheet pan gnocchi dinner. And what I love about it, my cookbook, really, I'm not afraid to use shortcut ingredients. So My favorite ingredient is store-bought gnocchi.
So
and
is this frozen or you just
no,
get it?
it's actually shelf-stable, believe it or not. So you can buy it.
throw it in there?
Wait,
Yeah.
is this a joke? What you
threw
just
gnocchi
did?
out.
You just dumped everything on the sheet pan?
Everything on the sheet pan.
I thought you had to
All
boil
the
it.
veggies?
Oh, no, because we're going to roast it.
Oh.
So then I've got
pesto?
Yes, pesto. I'm going to mix it with olive oil.
Oh.
I'm
you
trying
buy
not
the
to get
pesto
pesto
too?
on you, so I
That's
moved it
okay.
away from
Don't you
your
worry.
beautiful
Ree, can you
white
buy the
soup.
pesto or did you make that?
No, bought the pesto.
See, I like everything so
Yeah,
far
she's
that's
speaking
happening.
our language.
Yeah, I mean, during the pandemic, I kind of burned out on cooking a little bit because there were
Didn't
so
we
many
all?
kids around.
Is that it?
Yeah, so that's it. Because pesto is so flavorful, it has garlic and
And do you
of
need
course,
to oil the
basil.
pan? Did you already oil it?
You don't have to because there's plenty of olive oil in the pesto mixture. So
You just
basically,
mix it all around
mix
like
it all
that?
around, and then look how
Wait.
beautiful it looks.
Oh,
my gosh,
Jenna.
what do you have to
pull it out of the
taste?
oven. So I like to do a little balsamic
Do you want us to help you?
glaze.
Oh, yes,
Yes, help me
glaze.
and grab some Parmesan shavings.
So do you just that?
I love balsamic
I
glaze
do
on
too.
everything,
I do.
on anything.
And you know what? I used to make my own by just reducing balsamic for
Yeah.
hours, and the
this.
house would smell like vinegar, and my kids would be like, "What is that smell?"
This is kind of crispy.
It's delicious, isn't it? And see how all the
my
veggies
God.
got beautiful color. But it's such an easy meal, and I would totally just eat this. But
Wait, we could do this too, which is huge.
look at what we just
In
did.
1 second.
Put it in the oven.
Is
dress
this
it.
basil? What did you?
I
What is that?
tore basil.
Oh, tore
just,
basil.
Yep. And I'm so lazy. I don't even want to chop basil anymore.
Just chop
So I
it.
just
By the way,
tear it
I
and
like
put it on there.
exactly. Oh, should we go around the back?
Yeah,
There's
we
more?
have another recipe.
Okay,
So
great.
honestly, sheet pans are kind of my thing. I love them. They're just I get nervous if I don't have 20 ready to go at all times. So this is a sheet pan salad, and I love this concept because you basically roast any veggie you want. It's the squash time of year. So
Yes.
this is a mixture of cubed butternut squash
Yum.
and delicata squash.
I love delicata
What is
squash.
that? I
I'm
don't know. What
obsessed
is
with
it?
Me too. Do you ever
So
put it on
is it?
toast?
Oh, yeah, mash it up. Yes.
What are you talking
It's
about?
just a
look
squash.
This is what it looks like.
Oh,
And
in
it's
the
basically
store?
kind of an heirloom type of
Okay.
squash. But the great thing is you can eat the skin. It gets really tender. So butternut, it can be a little bit tough,
Should I
not
do-
very
should I
tasty.
add
Yes.
some?
Drizzle, and then we're
Salt
going
and
to do
pepper?
another roasted vegetable situation, salt and pepper, Italian seasoning.
This is so brilliant.
And
This
then
is
just
so
toss.
brilliant.
But here's what's fun about
What?
it. So roast it, and it's like 450, 25, 30 minutes.
Okay.
And look how gorgeous. So that's delicious on its own, but I build a salad out of
Oh,
this.
thank you.
So basically,
You make your own dressing too, don't you?
well, sometimes I doctor up bottle dressing. So, but I'm using the roasted vegetables as a base for a salad.
Yeah, it's delicious.
Isn't it good?
Yes. How about
Ruth?
And the dressing is tahini, mustard, lemon juice, olive oil, honey.
Okay.
And then, isn't it pretty?
10 plus. 10 plus plus.
we add
Pomegranate
these?
seeds. Yep. Yep.
Pistachios.
Pistachios, pomegranates. So this
I love
is
pomegranates.
it's pretty at Christmas. And then goat cheese, which Hoda doesn't love.
Thank you.
Well,
Oh,
Hoda likes
doesn't love
it. It
me.
just doesn't love her.
Okay.
There's a lot of
Thank you
TMI
so
in
much.
this segment.
There's a lot about Hoda.
Anyway.
Ree, thank you so much for these recipes. Head today.com/food. And for Ree's new book, it has recipes just like this one. Head today.com/shop.
Contributor and chef Alejandro Ramos is here with comfort foods to warm us up as it gets cold. And if you want to cook along with us, just scan the QR code to order all of these ingredients in just one click. Select Get Ingredients and then schedule a pickup or delivery. You can do that.
Dylan, that was great there.
That's great.
Pitch person.
Alejandra, this smells so delicious. I
Thank
love
you.
pot pies, especially when you can work in, some
Yes.
extra veggies. Although this mushroom kind of freaks me out
It's
a
kind
little
of fun, right?
Yeah,
I
it's
love
a
this.
yummy one.
It's a yummy mushroom. What's great about this is you can use any kind of mushroom. So you can use the classic button mushrooms or go for something a little bit fancy like an oyster or shiitake. You can get the mix.
Mix it up.
Yeah, and so all you want to do is you kind of want to do a nice little rough chop on these, right? Doesn't have to be
They
anything
break down
perfect.
quite a bit when you cook
They
them.
break down a lot. So you're going to see all these mushrooms are going to go in there, but that heat is going to pull out all of that water.
Okay.
Also, when you're adding, like a little bit of olive oil and salt, that pulls out all that water.
Okay. What do you
So
have in here?
Here is just, we've got some carrots, some onions, and some celery, basically the base of your dish. Then you add your mushrooms in, right? And I'm going to
Okay.
cheat. I'm not going to do all of them right now because it does need time to cook
Yes.
down. And then once those mushrooms cook down a lot, then you add the garlic. You
I
don't
think I've overcooked my garlic because I think I've been putting it in with it.
Exactly. You don't want to do the garlic at the top because then it can burn and it
Yeah.
can get bitter, and then that flavor is going to be in
you
the
can't get rid
whole
of it.
the dish.
And, and Chef, this is like very hearty, right? So it's good for fall?
Yeah, it's a great fall dish, and what I love about it, it's like mushrooms are they're meaty, right? So they're really satisfying, and I love that they're just really filling. And you can add other things to it too. So if you've got leftover rotisserie chicken, or you want to add a little bit of Italian sausage to it, go ahead and do that. I love it vegetarian. I think it's fantastic.
And it's all in one pot.
Once the veggies are cooked, you add some flour. This is going to help thicken
I was wondering.
it. Yeah, so that's what it is. That's going to thicken it. So, Dylan, if you want to give it like a little bit of a mix there.
All right, so
Then
flour.
we're doing some chicken broth.
Chicken broth.
And then you can do, this is optional, but you can do a little, like a little sherry or a little brandy. It adds a nice flavor to it, right? And this is just going to create
that smells
great.
yummy.
I mean, it already smells great, right? It smells like fall. It smells like cozy times. And then you're going to add some great herbs.
Okay.
So here we've got some chopped up rosemary, some sage, some thyme, all those wonderful winter herbs. And then this is my little favorite trick. So this is nutmeg.
Okay.
A whole nutmeg. You can buy the
I was
ground.
just buy it in the thing.
I know, you can do, I mean,
Yeah, but
totally
it's
go
fun
for
when
it.
and it lasts
It's
forever when you
fun.
buy
You
it
like
like
grate it in. That goes right in.
Okay.
And it adds this wonderful little sort of touch of like subtle warmth to it.
Oh, we got a minute left.
Yeah, okay, so it gets really nice and thick, and then you put your puff pastry right on top. Everything is in the
Can we
pot
try
that you
this?
cook it in.
Can we try
Please
this?
try it in, yeah.
Talk to us
Store-bought
about the
puff
dessert too,
pastry.
though.
Just pop
So
it
the
on top.
same pastry?
So yeah, so then over here, now I've got a dessert version. So you can use either store-bought pie crust or puff pastry.
Okay.
And this is an apple pie empanada. I grew up eating empanadas for everything. We basically just put everything in dough.
Yeah.
Right, Tom,
No,
you
I was going to say,
understand?
and this dish is like, think of a McDonald's apple pie, but
Yes.
way better.
Exactly.
Very similar, very
Yeah,
similar.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
So there you go. It's like
Okay.
a little, it's
The
a McDonald's
herbs
apple
in
pie
this
with a
take
Latin
this
twist.
to another
next
level.
level.
Doesn't it just totally elevates
my
those
goodness.
flavors?
It's good.
Yeah.
And
And
here's the
chef,
thing.
I just have one question.
Yeah.
It's okay to cook with bling, right? It's okay. I was watching you
I
go.
like a little
I was
bling.
watching you go, going, I love this. This is great.
You know, I bring my bling everywhere. The swimming pool, the kitchen.
Self to work.
That's what I do.
We're digging into some of the New York Times most popular recipes.
That's right. More than 1,000 dishes and drinks dating all the way back to the 1850s can be found in the one-of-a-kind book, The Essential New York Times Cookbook.
Amanda Hesser is a former food editor at the Times and the founder of the Food 52. She spent years trying and tasting all these recipes.
Tough job, Amanda.
Amanda,
Tough job.
how on earth did you ever narrow it down? My gosh, with all those recipes.
Well, I talked to readers.
Yeah.
I asked readers what their favorites were.
Yeah.
The Times helped me, also fellow writers. So I took lots of
Show
opinions.
the book. Hold it
Yeah.
up. It's a bite. I mean,
well, it's
how
too
many pages
heavy.
is it,
I mean,
Amanda?
this is
1,000?
Okay, it's about 1,000. It's just short of.
Oh my
But yeah.
word.
Biggest cookbook
Yeah.
I've ever seen in my life.
It's got it all. It's got it all. All right, but you.
Yes. Okay.
How did you pick these two, by the way?
Well, so
These are some of your favorites?
Yes, and in the new edition. And so this is a spicy beef stir fry, and it can be as spicy as you want.
Okay.
So the first thing you do is you want to grind garlic and chilies to a paste.
Okay, mash it up.
Yes, if you don't have a mortar and pestle and you're going to add them to the oil.
Oh, I like the sizzle.
You can just do it in a food processor.
Okay.
Okay, and so if you
I like
are
your
not,
modeling here.
if you,
Turn of the century style here.
yes,
want me to stir?
yes, actually, that'd be great. But let me scrape more of this up.
All
I know
right.
it's really
good.
fragrant. The whole
You're-
dish is
you already
super
won.
fragrant.
Okay.
All right. So you as soon as that starts getting nice and fragrant, you don't
yeah.
want it to brown.
Yep.
Okay. We are going to add. Actually, you know what?
Want me to
We're
grab some of
gonna
these?
add the. We're gonna add the. Nope, not yet. That's some chicken
Got it.
stock. But I'm gonna turn this up because we want
Okay.
Do you want
That comes
to
with-
add the beef?
Yes,
Okay.
I'll do it.
Okay,
I'll
you
do it.
do
Here.
that.
I'll do it with
All
this.
right, you're gonna
Okay,
do that.
I'm in.
I'm
So
over
what
here.
kind of beef did you pick?
This is tenderloin, and you want to
Tenderloin.
slice it nice and thin so that it cooks really quickly. I'm going to, this is chicken stock I've got
Okay.
here. You want to add some things
I would
here?
love to, yeah.
Okay,
Sure.
great. So this is oyster sauce,
You
soy
tell me when.
sauce. Just add it all in.
Yeah, into that or into
No,
the
into here.
Okay,
Oyster
got it.
sauce.
Oyster sauce.
Yep.
Yep.
And then you're gonna, it's a little sticky.
That's okay.
And then soy sauce,
Yep.
and then fish sauce.
Yum.
Okay. And that you can just pour that right
umami.
in.
It's like umami
yes,
flavoring
it is.
profile there.
And then you've
Is that
got
enough, or
your-
should I put
Al, how is
a
it
little
over
bit
there?
more. You're doing
Just
great.
about
This is
done.
fantastic.
Did you eat
So
yours
this is-
already?
Just about.
Listen, it has
That's why
nice-
Hoda's leading the segment because we can't let her eat it. 'Cause
You
she
know
eats
what?
everything.
That is not
Here.
kind.
All right.
Take a bite.
Eat the whole thing.
So this is light brown sugar.
And
If you can
okay.
get palm sugar, use that. You want to give that a little
Give
whisk.
a little whisk. Yeah.
And
Okay.
how long do you cook this?
Okay,
Amanda?
you know
I mean,
what?
it looks super
So you
quick,
wanna cook
right?
it- yes, you want to. It's a very quick
Quick,
dish.
quick,
so you want
quick.
to add. Yeah, you're
Yeah, the
doing
beef's
great.
thin.
Yeah.
So you
Okay.
basically want to coat the beef with the cooking
Got
fat,
it,
which
got
is
it.
vegetable oil. You
Okay.
just use a neutral
Now,
oil.
when do we
And
pour
then
in
you pour-
Carson's?
you-
Go, Carson.
Is this like a
Carson,
modern
yes.
wok? This
Yes.
Ah, this looks
It's sort of
yummy.
a modified wok.
So you let
okay,
that.
So now we're going to let that
Okay.
cook, and
Okay.
you're going to just cook the beef through.
Uh-huh.
And then you're going to add. This is McFruit lime leaves, which are
Oh,
super.
thank
Have you ever
you.
smelled these? You got to
No.
smell these.
Can I smell?
wow.
They're really amazing.
That is
They're
fragrant.
really
How about
amazing.
Can I smell?
Okay.
Try this, Hoda.
All right.
Yeah.
So you're going to add
So good.
those.
It's just rice and
Okay.
Oh my God.
So you want to right,
God, the flavor in that's
right.
ridiculous.
And then you're going to add
I just
basil
stopped
leaves.
listening. It's
okay.
so good.
oh my gosh.
Okay.
Oh my God.
That's the most
All right, so give that
flavorful
a
bite I've
toss,
ever had.
and then that is it.
Fantastic.
That's the
Okay.
dish. And you
How
want to
about
serve it
this?
over
Down,
rice.
Amanda.
We're going to move over here.
Delicious.
All right.
Yeah, what is
okay.
this rice?
That's
Got
like a
some kick,
risotto
Amanda.
almost.
Okay, so this, okay, well, I'll get back to that. But so this recipe is by Amini Ramachandran, and it's called it's a Southern Indian dish, and it's called curd rice. So can I put you to work again?
Oh man.
Okay,
come
sorry.
on.
You gotta put the. This is yogurt.
Yogurt
and
in rice?
Cooked rice, and you just want to mix
Dump
it
it
up,
in?
and you want to serve it. It's actually served cold.
Wait, what?
Okay, great. So
wild.
we've got some oil in here, and oops, did I just break this? Okay,
you're
hopefully
good.
not. Okay, great. Okay, so you want to heat the oil,
Okay.
and then you're going to add mustard seeds. Okay, so these are the black mustard seeds, and as soon as
That's Greek yogurt in the rice? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
you can use
You
whatever
dump
kind of
yogurt in.
Yeah,
That's
you
what
can
we did,
use any kind of yogurt you like. You can use labneh. And then, okay, so just stir it up.
Okay, it's already ready.
All right, and then as soon as these start popping, the mustard seeds, we're gonna add urad dal and chana dal and cashews. So I'm
What if
gonna
you
add
don't- what if you don't
those.
have that stuff?
We're basically just like toasting the spices and making them
And
fragrant.
can you, Al, saying if you don't have these readily available, can you kind of just use your spice that you prefer?
Oh, yeah, I mean, you could, yeah.
Okay.
You could use probably any,
it'll
any
taste
spices that you
terrible,
like.
Al, if you do
Yeah, I know,
that.
but I'd have some
It
spice.
won't be the
Really?
recipe, but
How do you
But it's close.
navigate
It'll be
this
mint rice.
1,000-page book? Is this separated by chapters? Is there like a chicken chapter? Or no?
As you can see, I've
I
just
mean,
added
how
a
do
lot
you
of sticky
want
notes.
people to?
So it's
Open your
it's
mouth.
all yes, it's
Start
like
at the
chicken,
beginning and
it's like
work your way to the end.
chicken,
That's right.
desserts,
Is it yummy?
salads. It's organized pretty traditionally.
Okay.
That is delicious.
But then the recipes in the chapters are organized chronologically,
What's the crunch in
so that you can kind of
That's some
see.
sesame seeds?
Okay,
Whatever
so
you put
this.
in there.
All right, so now we're going to add freshly. We're going to add some chilies.
Ooh, a little chilies there.
That's okay, that's actually you
Adorable.
want it.
Hey, Amanda,
super
before we
nice.
run out of
And-
time-
and-
I think we're
okay,
wrapping
and
it up.
then- Okay,
What's the-
all right.
No, what are
all
you
right.
wrapping it up?
What's the
Okay, all right, woo.
We have to
Okay,
go.
well, this is getting very
The
exciting.
essential New York Times
Okay,
cookbook.
all right.
best-selling cookbook author and chef, our friend Padma Lakshmi.
That's right. Her latest cookbook is out right now, and it's called Tomatoes for Neela.
And this morning, she's got some great ideas to share for healthy winter dishes. Padma, first of all, it's great to see you. And the ingredient we're starting with, that we're focusing on, is kale. It's like one of those superfoods.
Yes, that's right. It is kale. I love kale. I try to throw it in every dish I have because it's a great, hearty but healthy winter green. You know, what I love about kale is that it's great raw, it's great wilted, with dressing the next day. It's also wonderful cooked. It has a ton of vitamins. It has vitamin A, it has vitamin C, folate, it has vitamin B, vitamin K, has a ton of antioxidants. It also has omega-3 fatty acids, calcium, potassium, you name it. And so ways you can use this hearty winter green. So I have two kinds of kale here. This is curly kale, which you guys probably are familiar with. There's lots of types of kale. And then I have this, which is called dragon kale.
Dragon kale.
Kale. In Italian, it's called lacinato kale, and this is the kale that I like the best. You just want to take the center stem and strip that off, and then just chop it. What I like to do is buy the kale whole, wash it, dry it on kitchen towels, take that center stem off and chop it up, and then put it in a bag and leave it in my crisper so it's always ready for me to throw into all my soups and salads. You know, sometimes those lettuces are great. If you don't finish your salad, you have to throw out the salad. Whereas if you have a salad made with kale, instead of those lettuces, which are mostly water and are still great but don't have the same nutrients, you can have that salad for 2 or 3 days.
Hey, Padma, I heard some people massage the kale. Do you do that?
I don't massage the kale. I just chop it fine.
You ain't fancy.
All right, so what are we making?
What I'm doing, we're going to bounce around with some recipes just because I'm cooking here. So I have sauteed some just plain yellow onion with a little cumin seeds and some oil and 2 red chilies. You see that? Those are sauteing, and to that I'm going to add some minced ginger and some minced garlic, and that is going into some lentils, also called dal, which we'll make in a minute. But I just want to get that going so it browns and cooks nicely. To that, I'm adding a little bit of ground turmeric. You see that? I feel like I'm doing one of those beauty Instagram videos. And so I'm going to saute this and let that go. And while that's going, I'm going to show you this salad. Look at this beautiful salad.
The mozzarella?
Ready on today's show for you guys a while back on another holiday season. It's just simple. Pomegranate, pearl mozzarella, some mint, some serrano. It's dressed so basically with just olive oil, balsamic, and lime juice. I'm going to take that salad and I'm going to add a bunch of chopped kale to it. And this salad then becomes more hearty and it lasts much longer than any other salad would. And it's filling. Frankly, this would make a great lunch to take to the office or to school the next day. My daughter Krishna takes this salad when she's got a field trip, and she's the envy of all her teachers.
What's the dressing on that?
Yeah, and the dressing will wilt the kale so that it'll be beautiful the next day. All the juices from the mozzarella and the pomegranate season that kale with the dressing, and look how beautiful that is.
Don't you love the kale because it even wilted or even chopped up like that, it holds up against the dressings and sauces. It stays robust and doesn't wilt away.
Exactly. Now you can see how these onions and ginger and garlic are frying and breaking down.
Yeah, we got about 10 or 15 seconds.
I would add pancetta to that, but that's me.
So I'm just going to add some tomato to that. And here I have some yellow lentils that I just
Look at those.
salt. I'm adding kale to that.
See, I want this. I want this for breakfast.
A stew, which is basically, but you could do chicken or beef, and I'm adding kale to that.
Love it.
There you go.
Thank you, Padma.
We gotta run. Yummy. We got to run, but all of these dishes are going to be on our website. Looks real good. Today.com/food. one of our favorites is with us. Gabi Dolken. She's a chef creator of the popular What's Gabi Cooking blog. She gained a huge fan base, nearly 900,000 followers on Insta alone. She's got a new cookbook, Take It Easy. It's filled with no fuss, crowd-pleasing recipes. Gabi, you've been at this for 13 years. You got 4 cookbooks. You got a baby daughter, and now you're taking it easy.
Yes.
I like that. What is this like part of life that you're in right now?
Well, I just feel like post-COVID, you want to have everyone around your table, and it doesn't matter what you're putting on as long as it's flavorful. It's about like having people around your table and being happy.
I love that. So you're talking about a kind of a hamburger helpery kind of meal. So what do we start with?
So I grew up in Tucson, Arizona, and it gets
Wait,
cold.
what?
I know.
Have we talked about
we
this?
We have. It's like my favorite place in America.
Okay.
But we would make this when it was cold for like the 4 days of the year it's cold. Yeah, it's a little chilly.
Okay. Excited when it dips below 70.
Yeah, it's truly an exciting day. But so instead of buying it from a box, we're just making it from scratch and like packing even more flavor in here. So
what do you got, ground beef?
First thing, we're just gonna saute some ground beef and like let it really spread out so it can get.
Are you putting it in oil or anything, or just
oil?
Okay,
and we're gonna want to like really brown it, and then we're just
Okay.
gonna add some seasonings in there.
What's
so we've
that?
got some smoked paprika, we've got some oregano. We'll season it with salt and pepper, and we're just gonna like toast those spices.
Okay.
And then we can dump that into this bowl right
Dump
here.
that into that.
And while you're doing that, I'm gonna show you how to dice up an onion with this very sharp knife and try not to slice
Should I
my
leave this
hand.
on or turn it off?
Yeah, no, you can leave it on because all the like
Oh.
remnant spices in there.
Okay.
We're gonna add some onion in there and just sweat it out. You want to throw the rest of these spices
What is
in
this?
there.
What's
so
going
it's
on
more oregano, more paprika.
In here?
Yep, in there.
Okay.
And then-
Garlic?
right, garlic.
Uh-huh.
And then the rest of the smoked paprika.
Okay.
And we're just gonna put the onion
So
in there
I'm just
as
cooking
well.
spices.
Yeah,
right
we're
now.
toasting them up, and then we're gonna add the onion right in and just
Okay.
like let it sweat.
Okay, so now that's
Saute it,
happening.
And that's gonna be like the base of the flavor.
Okay, and then
so
what?
over here, this is what happens when it's already cooked. Nice
Okay.
job turning
You're
it on.
welcome.
Okay, so I'm gonna thicken this up a little bit and add some flour.
Okay.
And then while I do that, we're gonna toast the flour, cook it off, and you'll stir in the beef broth.
Just beef broth. Okay.
Yeah, so we're cooking.
So the ground beef is still not here.
The ground beef we're gonna add in.
there.
Actually, we grab it because we need it for this next step. So the pasta is like hard, like it's not cooked.
It's gonna cook in the pan.
It's gonna cook in the broth with some tomatoes.
Takes a long time.
Listen,
These are just what,
one
crushed?
last pot. Crushed tomatoes, chopped tomatoes, whatever. It's gonna cook a little
I
bit
love
more.
how you don't care. Just put it in.
No,
That's
see, we're
why it
taking
works.
easy. And
Take
then
it easy.
once this cooks a little bit more, we'll add the beef
Now,
back
can I ask
in
you a
there.
question? Are you putting a lid on this and letting it boil?
100%. You're gonna let it boil, and the steam that's made is gonna help cook the pasta.
And then you add the ground beef.
Correct. Stir it all together. Continue seasoning
Da-da-da.
it with salt and pepper, and then this is what it's gonna look like
Look
over
at
here.
that.
I know.
Creamy,
I know.
delicious.
So we're
Look at
extra.
the cheese. Look
Yeah.
at
that block
What
of
is
parm.
that? What kind is that?
Parmesan.
Parm.
We've got some
Look
cheddar.
at, what are you doing?
Some cheddar.
It's
That's
like
all the
mac
cheddar.
and
It's
cheese.
heavy cream.
This is why it tastes so good.
Girl, this is how you make it.
It's really quite extra, and we'll add the beef back in here.
Gabby, could you
Oh,
swap
wait.
out the beef for like a turkey or
Turkey,
chicken?
tofu, chicken.
Why bother? You've already put
No.
cream, butter,
I mean,
What are you
cheese.
trying to save on here? Look at this. This is amazing.
It's an aggressive dish,
And then
but
do you
it's so
bake
good.
the whole thing in the oven?
You could, but like you
Ooh,
don't
girl.
have to. Oh, go ahead.
What you do is put like some taco seasoning
You
in there.
could
Speaking of
pull
the
out some
Southwest,
taco shells and
think?
put it on top
Wait,
too.
what?
Tucson hamburger helper.
Yes.
I mean, we're
Oh
just
my God, that is so thick.
Isn't it yummy?
thick. Yeah.
What?
It's a nice,
I
like
when you
easy
cozy
weeknight
and-
meal. Yeah, you can make
what
this
other,
in like
what,
20
What's your
minutes.
other favorite recipe in your book?
Oh my God, the fried chicken sandwiches are truly phenomenal.
Wait, what do you mean?
They're just like, it's the best brine, it's the best fried chicken. There's all these amazing sauces on it, pickles. It's so, I mean, I love every recipe in the book. They're like all my like
Yeah,
as a baby.
your
I
babies.
birthed that thing.
How old's your baby, by the way?
Poppy is 1.5.
Don't you hate when someone grills you and you're doing
I'm
it
like,
in
I
months?
don't know. There she is.
Congratulations,
She's very
bye.
cute.
Guys, you can get a copy of that great book, Take It Easy, today.com/books. Find a recipe at today.com/food. Thank you, Gabi.
Thank you.
Great. Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played? The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things? Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie. Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts.
Cold cut, cold cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart.
Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you
Okay.
guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today All Day.
Okay, if you're tired of coming up with dinner ideas night after night, we're kicking off a new series to help you out. It's called
One and Done. It's simple, inexpensive, and also healthy one-dish wonders. And today, nutritionist Joy Bauer is starting us off with the menu for you tonight.
Hey guys, so everybody has been requesting hearty, delicious meals that you can whip together in a flash. And that's why I love One and Done. These are one-sheet suppers, and we are going to be making roasted chicken and Brussels sprouts. And you'll see, it could not be any simpler. So we're first going to make the marinade for the chicken, and I'm adding in some olive oil. And this is a little bit of a secret ingredient. 2 teaspoons of vinegar. What's nice about the vinegar is it acts as a tenderizer for the chicken. Half a teaspoon of garlic powder, because everything's better with garlic. I have 1.5 teaspoons of kosher salt. And last but not least, smoky paprika. I love smoky paprika, and I'm putting in a heaping tablespoon. And it's gonna give it a nice, vibrant color as well. So now I'm going to cut up my chicken breasts. So I have skinless chicken breasts here. If you want to leave the skin on, you can do that as well. But the key is, because we want this to cook really quickly, I'm cutting each breast into 3 large chunks. And if the breasts are really big, you can certainly do 4 or even 5. And now I'm just going to add the marinade that we made. And the vinegar is going to allow the chicken breasts to tenderize. I covered up my chicken and I'm going to marinate it in the fridge for 30 to 60 minutes. Next, what I think is the star of the show, our Brussels sprouts. So I love Brussels sprouts so much. I trim the edges and I'm cutting them into quarters. They are packed in vitamin C, and they also have cancer-fighting properties. And you'll notice as I'm cutting, we're getting all of these stray leaves. It's the best part of the Brussels sprouts. The best part, because they brown and crisp up. To me, it tastes like potato chips. And Hoda, I know you're laughing right now. You're saying, Joy, those do not taste like potato chips. They taste like potato chips. I'm gonna take all of my Brussels sprouts and I'm gonna lay them out on the sheet. A little bit of olive oil, a little bit of salt, and some ground black pepper. And if you like a little spice, you can add crushed red pepper flakes too. I'm gonna pop this in the oven at 400 for about 15 minutes. Guys, I told you, like potato chips. Can you hear that? That's a crunch. So good. And now I'm gonna nestle the chicken, and this also works perfectly with thighs. Now I'm gonna pop this back in the oven one last time on the middle rack, set at 400 for 10 minutes or until the chicken is done. And there you have it, one and done. Now you can enjoy it exactly as is, or you could bring it to the next level and add some fresh lemon juice on top, and either some crumbled feta or some grated Parmesan cheese. Hoda, Jenna, this is a winter chicken dinner.
If you need something quick and easy for dinner, we promise this recipe will be a new family favorite.
We're making chicken parmesan meatballs,
Yummy.
courtesy of our friend Gabi Dalkin from What's Gabi Cooking, and she's just released her fourth cookbook. It's called Take It Easy. She's got a baby who's 16 months.
A year and a
18
half.
months?
20 months.
20 months.
20 months are very
Months are like
complicated.
20 months.
Thank you.
She's got a lot. She's got,
She's very
Look at
yummy.
that beautiful
Her name's Poppy.
What? Her
Yeah.
name's Poppy. We
I
have two
know.
poppies in the house.
She's a real happy little munchkin.
All right, let's talk about this fourth cookbook. Is easy breezy.
It's all about taking it
Yeah.
easy, getting dinner on the table, friends around the table, just like really good food that doesn't take a lot of time.
Honestly, when you're cooking for your family, you got to keep it easy.
100%.
Stop. Let me just show Hoda's foot. All right, we're going to start with the balls.
Okay, so these are chicken parmesan meatballs.
Why do you always say that?
Would you not say
balls
this?
is your favorite
What are
word.
they?
Balls.
Bobby?
They're balls.
Thank you.
So this is chicken parm in meatball form. So we've got ground chicken. You could do it with ground beef or anything. You're
Or
just
turkey,
gonna
you're saying.
100%. All your seasonings in
Okay.
there, some red pepper flakes. You want to
Does
throw
that
the
make
egg
it
in
too
there?
spicy for kids? Or
I
no?
mean, you might want to tone it down. Poppy, I like give every spice.
And
I'm
she-
like,
Because you want
really?
her to be an eater.
yeah, I
that's
want her to be
good.
an eater. So like I
Is
give
that
her everything.
Parmesan?
Yeah, Parmesan and panko. So instead of
You want
like
me to do this?
yeah, just go ahead and stir it
So
all
the
together.
raw egg is cool to stick in there.
Yeah,
obviously.
And you don't want to beat it?
Well, you can like get, if you're not on live TV, you could get in there with your hands and like really
Mush it
up and get it together. And
Okay.
then once it's done, you're gonna like take a
Wait,
scoop
look.
of it.
Oh, I see. Look what she did, JBH.
scoops it.
She hollowed out the scoop.
Yes,
and now
you're
look.
gonna pump.
No, you don't.
I know.
And then
I know.
what? Now
and
what?
Then you're,
Stuffs it with cheese.
you would take your hands,
Mush your
mold it
hands
all
over.
around it, and then you're just gonna put it out there.
So look at these. So
Yeah.
these have a mozzarella thing
Well,
inside.
so this you then put on a little bit of flour,
Yeah.
toss it around, and it goes right into the hot
Okay,
oil.
now if you decide you don't want to fry it, could you just like bake it?
Air fry it, bake it, whatever you want. And like this, you could also skip the flour if you didn't want like
so wait,
the
are you
crust.
fring it in literally almost no oil?
I know, it looks
Yeah,
like no
you don't need a
oil.
lot because you're just gonna want to like you want it brown
Brown.
on all the sides and then take it off, let the oil kind of come off
Okay.
for a second, and then you're gonna nestle it in your
Can I
favorite
ask
tomato
a question?
sauce.
How do you know
Please.
that it's cooked all the way through?
So
Yeah, good question.
you do like 4 or 5 minutes on each side, flip it, and then you can pop the whole thing into
Pop
the
the
oven
whole
if
thing
you
in the
want
oven.
to,
Do you
just to
need
like
to?
finish. You don't need to if it's cooked. Also, like I open it and just look sometimes.
Okay.
The ice machine is going on.
Something happening.
Yeah, there's some sort of.
Something
we
weird
thought it was
here.
a raccoon, but no. I think it's the ice machine. No.
I just open it.
All
Let's
right.
stop.
Okay, now you're gonna make some pesto to go
So
with
this
it.
is a basil vinaigrette. It's one of my favorite things. It's like a condiment for my website that you put on everything.
Basil vinaigrette. I'm into this.
It's
So
like
what do
a
you got
pesto.
in there?
So
Shallots?
these are shallots and garlic that are in there. Go ahead and throw the basil.
May I throw this in?
Yes,
Basil.
please.
Okay.
We're gonna put some olive oil in here, and this is one of those recipes you could make
smell
now
it.
while like
Smell the
basil's
basil.
at the end of the
Ridiculous.
season.
And what's this?
Throw some salt and pepper in there.
And can
I'll
you
do
make
the
this
pepper.
for salads and stuff too? This
I
basil.
use this for everything.
Everything.
Salads, chicken, this. You pop the
So
top
yummy.
on, and then you're gonna get this insane, beautiful green basil vinaigrette, and just drizzle it on top. And if you wanted to add some shaved parm, you could.
Yeah, add some shaved parm.
Yeah, more is more. But
Okay.
like,
Wait,
it's
I have a
truly-
question. Does Poppy ask for this?
Yeah, Poppy loves
I
the
mean, I
ball.
know she can't talk that well,
She
but
loves
if
a
she asks,
meatball.
see, she loves the ball too.
By the way, you just like saying the word
No,
poppy.
I
Makes
don't.
you feel
But
good.
like, look
Poppy
at
does
that
make me feel
molten
good.
cheese in there.
It's so yummy.
Like it's
So
so
the cheese
fun.
melt, or should it
Gabi.
just be kind of like?
It doesn't matter. Like it's gonna be
See?
nice and warm, but
You know
like
what I
it's
like about
flexible.
Gabi? That's what she says. Just make it. It's
Yeah.
good and eat it.
I'm gonna make
Gabi,
this recipe.
You rock.
Thank you.
You can check out Gabi's new cookbook. You can go to today.com/books. And to get this recipe, go to today.com/food.
Yeah, this is such a great recipe, Gabi. Send your love to Poppy.
I will. Ditto.
love supporting local restaurants, and our sponsor, Citi, is helping us do just that. When you spend $5 or more dining out with your enrolled Citi credit card, $1 will be donated to a great program, No Kid Hungry, until they reach $1 million through December 1st. It's a great way to give local businesses a boost while also helping feed kids across the country.
Yeah, and we asked one of our favorite local chefs who works closely with No Kid Hungry to join us this morning, Chef Dan Kluger. He's the chef and owner of 3 great New York City restaurants, including the recently opened Penny Bridge in Long Island City, which is just right across the river here.
Right across the river.
Beautiful.
Super close. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I know No Kid Hungry is super important to you. This is a great initiative.
I mean, getting kids food, that is important.
Well, you're making steak this
So we're making
morning,
steak.
which makes Carson so happy.
You might help me.
But, Chef, we've talked a lot about the sauce. You're going to make a sauce.
She's going to make the barbecue sauce. She's going to help. It's basically ketchup, Worcestershire, molasses, Tabasco, mustard, and smoked paprika.
Isn't there like a stigma about putting a sauce, like the A1 on a steak, sort of is not great because if you have a good piece of meat? That's the old thinking.
It is, and I think, the menu at Penny Bridge is really inspired by classics and comfort food and things that were important in my childhood. And some things are like best in class, what they are, and then some are a variation. And this was like, my father made meatloaf when I was young after he had a heart attack, and he put spinach in there to make it healthy, but then covered it in bacon and sauce. I like that.
Yeah, I love that.
Wow.
So you make your own sauce, no guilt.
Exactly.
So what are you going to do with the
We're doing
fillets?
filet mignon, season it heavily. The two things I think a lot of home cooks don't do is they don't season well, and then when they put it in, they start moving around.
Right.
Just let it sit, let it develop that crust.
Look, Hoda, I'm a natural.
And so we had these cooking for a little while.
Like I
made
always
the
do.
sauce. And then what you want to do is
Are you cooking this whole meat in the skillet right here?
Yeah, but we're going to put it in a broiler. So basically,
to finish it off because it's so thick.
we want to glaze this up. And we want to create a crust of the sauce. So that's like the component here. This little bit of bitterness, sweet, sour, crunchy that you're going to get from the sauce.
I made the sauce, Chef.
Thank you.
Okay.
Luckily,
you
I don't
already
need
had your
that
own.
one.
So this is kind of like a searing, saucing process to get the crust, and you bake it off for how long?
Then you put it in the broiler. I would say probably about 8 minutes. I use a
But
probe
you just check
thermometer.
it, and then your number. Leave it 5 degrees short. It'll rise a little bit.
I go to about 125 to 130. That will take me to my mid-rare medium.
After it
which is
sits for 10
perfect.
minutes. All right.
Exactly.
What do you got?
Let it rest. Then we have spinach. We're using some lardons, some bacon that we chopped up, render that out, and then we're basically just
Lardon.
going to throw all the spinach in.
Yep.
We want to start wilting that down.
How is it, guys?
So good. Should I turn these over or anything?
Sure.
Okay.
You taste the sauce?
Oh yeah, Carson. I'm like you. I'm a purist. No sauce. This sauce is incredible.
Right.
It
makes sense.
Next
It helps
level.
the crust too.
So then we've
cooking.
wilted the spinach down, and then one of the things that I like to do is add a lot of herbs. So I'm adding mint and dill to it.
That's
the
what's in
spinach.
there.
And so this is going to become the herbs are really
Thank you.
part of our vegetable.
You got a fork over
No
there?
one cares about the vegetable. Okay?
This spinach is good.
You like the spinach?
Great.
Can you make these little
Chef,
chips?
that's amazing.
And then we finish it with some chips to give some texture and a little more flavor.
All right, you just need a fork.
What's
Wow.
your cut, Tom? I go ribeye, New York strip.
bone-in strip.
I don't do the filet enough though.
No.
Every time I have it,
Get
and
the
it's good.
porterhouse.
It's
Best
amazing.
of both worlds.
So good.
Yeah.
Chef, thank you so much.
Thank you.
City.com/food. Get the recipe.
Wow.
Appreciate it. I'm thrilled to say good morning to our next guest. Finally, after all of those teases, the pioneer woman herself, Ree Drummond, has made it all the way from her ranch in Oklahoma. Are you near Blake's ranch in Oklahoma?
Not so much.
Not so much,
But, we're in the same state.
Yeah.
So we know each other.
When I was there marrying him and Gwen, I would have stopped by your ranch and said
Seriously,
hello.
next time.
Or
Yes.
your 25th wedding anniversary. I could have renewed your vows.
Well, Ree's also out with a brand new cookbook. It's called Super Easy. It features more than 100 shortcut recipes, which we like the sound of that. Actually, lots of them going on in the ranch in Oklahoma. You look absolutely stunning. You've got a daughter who just got married, right?
Yes. Hard to believe.
Yeah, and you're about to celebrate your 25th anniversary, and Carson's going to do renew your vows for you.
That's
gonna be
hard to
lovely.
believe too. I know. I'm only 29. I don't know how I could have been married. For
You look
25
29.
years.
What happened
You
to you? During COVID, all I did was eat and drink
I
and not
know.
work out.
Well,
And
listen, same. I was wearing pandemic pants this time last year. I don't know if you remember, but yeah, I just the wedding was a great inspiration and motivation. But then once I started kind of exercising more and getting healthier, it felt so good that I just kept going. So I'm kind of glad I'm over that hump, and now it's about just maintaining and enjoying.
Well, I don't know if these delicious recipes are going to be on any maintenance, but they really smell good.
Speaking of my wellness journey, let's eat some tots. With cheese all over them. So, yeah.
It starts with chicken.
Yep.
Yes, so I'm going to make tachos. Now, do you know what tachos are, Carson?
no idea.
You need to know.
I'd like to know.
Tachos are just like nachos, but they're made with tots.
Yum.
So I baked some tots with a little
We have the
cumin
gang
and
eating
chili
already.
powder.
Okay.
Cooked some chicken. Add some celery. So these are buffalo chicken tachos.
Yum.
Celery, garlic, and green onions.
Did you
and
make
then-
up tachos, or is that a thing? I never heard of tachos.
It's kind of a thing, but it hasn't
Okay.
swept the nation yet.
Yeah.
So
It's going
now
to.
it will. I'm
Yeah.
kind of hoping.
It'll
But
be trending
anything
by the
you
end of the
can put
segment.
on nachos, you can put on tots and
Okay.
call them tachos.
Love
So
it.
then, of course, buffalo sauce, and then you just let
Oh.
this simmer. I started
Delicious
with raw
smell.
chicken, but you can do rotisserie chicken to make
Okay.
it easier.
Yeah.
So simmer that until it's luscious.
Have you
and
changed what
saucy.
you cook now because of your sort of wellness journey? Has it put you on a
No.
different path? Or you,
No, and the thing is I have teenage boys, college students, lad,
Right.
is a,
Ranchers.
cowboy, and so I have to make food that everybody loves.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I'm not good when I deny myself,
Yeah.
whole
Butter
categories
and
of
oil
food.
and-
So I'm just kind of learning to eat. I like to say I eat a Rhode Island-sized piece of cake instead of a Texas-sized piece
Right.
of
That's
cake.
the best way. You get the
Portion
flavors and the taste.
How does that
It's
taste?
just
That's
delicious.
really good.
So
Everything's good.
So good.
So you pull the tots out of the oven. They're seasoned, so they're a little bit elevated. I kind of push them into a pile,
Yeah.
pepper jack cheese
Yum.
all over. I
Okay.
mean, this is
It
what
gives a little
life's all about
spice.
right here.
Right here, yeah.
And then you spoon the saucy chicken all
yeah.
over. And so you can do ground
How about
beef
that?
and
Got some hit, right?
black beans and do sort of a
Is the chicken
Tex-Mex.
gonna, because it's hot, melt that cheese, or are you putting this back in the
No,
oven?
it's going back in the oven.
Okay, I
yeah.
thought so.
So
Okay.
because you
That's
want to
amazing.
melt the cheese like nachos. So all the cheese you want, melt
Where's mine?
it.
Oh, here we go.
That's delicious.
Okay, yeah.
cheese.
pepper
Actually-
jack cheese, the buffalo sauce. It's hearty.
It's got a kick, but
Oh, jeez.
did you know redheads can tolerate spicy food more than anybody
Really?
Is that
else?
true?
Yeah, so
This is good.
Is that true?
You love it?
That's
we'll
my
delve
favorite
into
part.
the genealogy of that some other time. But,
Wow.
but basically, you garnish with blue cheese, and to make blue cheese dressing, I just take ranch dressing and add blue cheese to it.
Oh,
and
clever.
It's
Another
very
shortcut.
easy. You can do bottled ranch, or you can make your own. But
Brilliant.
nice little shortcut. So this is what this is why my teenage boys love me.
Oh, I can see
They-
why.
That is delicious.
Hey, Carson.
Really,
Yeah.
really good.
Hey, this is gone. I mean,
Yeah.
Wham.
What happened?
Oda's eaten a whole bundt cake already.
Oda, we have not started the cake segment yet.
hey, take a breath.
No one's missed these eating segments more than Hodes.
So good.
Remember, Rhode Island, not Texas.
She's going state by state.
All right, well, that does bring us to our chocolate cake. Now, this is your secret recipe, right?
Okay, yes. So, confession, my top secret ingredient in my top secret cake is dark chocolate cake mix.
Ooh, okay.
And listen, I had my house full of humans during the pandemic, and large 6'5" humans
Yeah.
and football players, and I was making so much food that I was about to lose my religion. I mean, every day I was just like, I can't do it anymore. So I'm not afraid to whip out the chocolate cake. I doctored it with, bittersweet chocolate chips just to make it a little bit more rich.
Wow.
But the thing
This is the secret. It's a box cake.
well, it's what, yeah.
Okay.
But the thing is, I'm topping it with ganache, which is heavy cream and good
well, there you
quality
go. It's a
chips.
Val
Yeah,
Thruster.
good.
That's
Okay.
all 2 ingredients,
Yes.
and then it turns into this
Here.
luscious.
And are these
Oh, this
inside,
becomes
Drew, or is
delicious.
this like a topping
This
thing
becomes
situation?
so well. You can just eat one if you like.
So you just
but-
made, okay, yeah. So you made the
We
cake.
gotta go.
Oh, we're out of time. Okay,
Yeah.
I really wanted to understand this. And then drizzle.
Drizzle. I do sprinkles on top, but after Halloween, you can take
Beautiful
leftover
cake.
candy, chop
put
it
it
up,
on
and
top.
put it on top. So
Hold up.
Hold
Oh
on,
my
she's
God,
licking-
happy
she's
plate. Wait a
licking
minute.
the plate.
Hold her, show it. Clean
Literally.
Plate Club.
Clean Plate Club.
Clean Plate
Done.
Club.
You left a
And she's gonna eat Al's.
And also, she's going to move in with you.
and she's giggling. She's giggling a lot over there.
Congratulations on everything. Love your show.
Thank
Yes,
you
Great.
guys.
best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, of course, you can find all these recipes at today.com/food and pick up a copy of Super Easy at today.com/shop.
If you're hoping to find an air fryer under the tree this Christmas, or you still haven't pulled it out of the box from last year, we know who you are.
Yeah.
Anyway, we've got a recipe just for you.
Gina Homolka is the New York Times bestselling author and founder of the award-winning blog Skinny Taste. And this dish comes straight from her new cookbook. It's called Skinny Taste Air Fryer Dinners. Gina, we need this.
Yeah.
By the way, I love the idea that you can use an air fryer and it's still, you can make it in a healthy way and it's delicious for you.
Exactly. And we are making chicken sauté lettuce wraps. So here's a dish that my family loves,
And why is the air fryer better? Just
it's
the basics.
So fast.
Yeah.
You don't have to preheat it. It's so convenient, and if you're frying, it's just so much healthier.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so we're making this
And
chicken.
What
do we
kind
need?
of chicken do you like to use? What part of the chicken?
Well, today we're going to use chicken breast, but I also like chicken thighs.
Yeah.
Chicken breast here works great because there's some coconut milk in the marinade, so we're adding some fat to it, so it's got lots of flavor.
Okay.
Coconut milk, that's great for Hoda.
Yeah.
So what should we do?
So let's start with the marinade. Do you want to give me? You want to help?
Sure.
I'll pour in the
All right,
coconut
perfect.
milk.
So we got
See,
some
look at
coconut
me.
milk.
I'll help with the onions.
Great. Some shallots.
Oh, shallots, of course.
We have some soy sauce or gluten-free tamari.
Okay.
And this is some fish sauce.
Fish sauce, that's good. And what's this? Turmeric?
Curry powder.
Oh, curry. Yeah.
Some fresh shallots.
Fresh
I'm
shallots.
sorry, some fresh ginger.
Ginger.
And we need a little spoon, yeah.
And what's
some
this?
kosher salt.
The whole thing?
The whole thing.
Okay.
So we're gonna mix this all together.
Okay.
And then this gets poured right over the chicken.
How long do you leave it in the fridge?
So we could marinate this for about 30 minutes or as long as overnight. So the longer it marinates, the more flavor it has, but it's honestly really great in 30 minutes.
Okay, so half hour later, you take your chicken out, and
Yep.
now it's time to get to work. So
Okay, so then we put our chicken in the air fryer. And whenever you use the air fryer, you always want to keep your food in a single layer because you want to keep the airflow. That's what makes it brown and crisp.
Oh.
Okay, don't pile it up.
Exactly.
Messing that up.
Okay.
And you don't need oil, right?
Well, you could spritz a little olive oil, but for this recipe, you don't. Sometimes you do it just so it doesn't stick.
Okay, so
And
you
of
lay
course,
that out.
400 degrees for about 9 minutes, and you
9
always want to turn
minutes.
your food halfway because the heating element is at the
Okay.
top.
Okay.
And then we make a glaze, right?
Okay, so this is the peanut sauce.
Okay. Peanut butter?
Yep, so we got some creamy peanut butter, some warm water, enough to make it drizzleable.
Oh.
And then we got some lime juice,
Okay.
Yeah.
some sriracha.
I love peanut sauce, by
Me
the way.
too.
on
little
I want to
anything,
eat peanut sauce with a
Exactly.
spoon.
Yeah.
And then some fresh ginger and a little more tamari or soy
There you go.
sauce.
Here's a little baby
Thank you.
spoon.
You
So-
can tell I couldn't quite get that.
So we're just gonna mix this until it is. You weren't supposed to add all the water, but it's okay.
It's a drizzle.
But
Oh, so
luckily
it-
we
oh, so
have
it comes like
sample
this
here.
texture.
Exactly, just
Sorry,
enough.
little.
I mess up every dish.
Just enough to make it drizzable.
Okay.
So now we're gonna make our
we'll
lettuce
make our
wraps.
own.
And
Okay.
these are so easy.
And so much fun actually
So-
for
You
kids.
wanna come in the middle?
I'll go in the middle.
Probably.
Here you
Yeah, so start layering your chicken on top. And then some more fresh shallots.
And what about cilantro? Yes.
Cilantro, love. And then we got some limes on the side.
And then you just put this on
Some
top.
shallots.
Oh. Do you squeeze lime on it or not
You
really?
could, yep, exactly.
I like lime.
And you use just like store-bought peanut butter, anything,
This
right?
is regular Skippy
Yeah.
or creamy
Jif or
peanut
something.
butter. Drizzle the peanut sauce on top. And
Wrap it up.
there you go. This is also, if you want to turn this into a more substantial dish, you could also have it on rice or. So good, right?
So good.
So much flavor.
Oh my God. Really good. Thank you.
It is so delicious. Thank you, Gina, and for this
My
recipe.
pleasure.
Head to today.com/food and check out Gina's book. It's a good gift. Just head to today.com/shop.
Today, nutritionist Joy Bauer is sharing 2 cool sides in celebration of National Picnic Day. All you'll need is a picnic basket, if you have one, and a blanket would be good too. Take it away, Joy.
Hey guys, today is National Picnic Day and things are about to get interesting. We are making 2 vibrant and flavorful sides, and we're starting with a roasted sweet potato salad without a drop of mayo. Here, I'm combining 3 vegetables that go together perfectly. I got 4 sweet potatoes, 1 Vidalia onion, and 6 carrots. Everything is cut up into bite-sized pieces. And when you roast carrots in the oven, they caramelize and become so soft, and they have a similar texture and taste to sweet potatoes. So when you're eating your potato salad, all you're gonna taste is creamy deliciousness. I'm tossing my veggies with a little extra virgin olive oil. Now I'm gonna season them up. So I'm adding in smoky paprika, some dried oregano, salt and pepper, and a little bit of cayenne to bump up the heat. Gonna lay them out on a baking sheet, give them a mist of oil spray, and I'm gonna pop them in the oven set at 400 for about 30 minutes. So you can see that the veggies are perfectly fork tender. I'm gonna transfer all of the yummy roasted vegetables into my bowl. Add your red wine vinegar and your extra virgin olive oil and gently stir it. Pop it in the fridge for at least an hour to chill, and then it's ready to be packed up and taken to an awesome sunny picnic. And one more thing, I garnish it with some scallions for a pop of color and some granola for extra deliciousness. It's creamy, it's crunchy. This is most definitely feel-good comfort food. Next up, an out-of-the-box coleslaw made with mango and cashews. In a large mixing bowl, you're gonna combine a 14 to 16 ounce bag of pre-shredded coleslaw mix, some shredded purple cabbage, some thinly sliced red onion, and some shredded carrot. These are 2 peeled and julienned mangoes. You can also use frozen mango chunks. Just let them thaw and you can chop them up into small little cubes. We're gonna mix this all together and you can see how colorful and nutrient-packed this is. And we are ready to dress it. First, I'm adding 4 tablespoons of lime juice, 4 tablespoons of low sodium soy sauce, into 4 tablespoons of rice wine vinegar. And I'm gonna mix it up and pour it right into the bowl. Go ahead and toss it. Right before you're ready to serve, you wanna sprinkle in roughly chopped toasted cashews. This really takes it to the next level. And there you have it, 2 yummy side dishes loaded with health perks and fit for a picnic.
Now I want a picnic.
I know. Can we
Hey,
do
boo-boo.
this? We'll do a third-hour picnic.
And Joy can pack the basket.
And a
That would
picnic
be-
basket.
You can find these recipes at today.com/food.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
Butchery is seen as this really large-scale brute force thing, and it takes a lot of physical strength, but a lot of it is also really intricate and small, kind of meditative moments. Sausage making being one of those things.
The color is still really nice.
Yeah, it looks beautiful. I'm Cara Nicoletti. I'm a 4th generation butcher and co-founder of Seymour Meats and Veggies. I want butchers in the future to not be scared of people eating less meat. I just think that we need to get a little bit more creative about our job. Everyone, the food is ready. The mission really is to make it easier and more fun for people to eat well. It turns out that adding vegetables, making that meat stretch farther, democratizes good meat, if you will, makes it more available to more people.
They're just so good.
My family's history in butchery started with my great-grandfather. He was a cattle merchant in Russia. That was where my great-grandpa started working in the meat industry. And then he opened a shop in the north end of Boston in the 1940s with some of his family. When my grandpa was 13, him and his brother, Bobby, started working in the shop and eventually took it over.
Is that you?
That's me.
Yeah.
That's Bob. I'm Seymour Solet, and I'm a retired butcher. Both of us went to work helping my dad in the meat market. My brother and I were partners until the day he passed away a couple of years ago. This was the store.
Wow.
65 Salem Street. I had 3 daughters. I never thought that my girls would be interested, and they weren't. My daughters used to bring the children into my office for me to take care of them while they went out and did things. And Cara always wanted to go into the smelly room.
I was, out of my sisters and my cousins, probably the most curious about what they were doing in the shop. Growing up, I always wanted to sort of like peek behind the curtain and see. I graduated in 2008. The economy collapsed. I was working at a restaurant as a baker, and one of the owners, who also had a grandfather who was a butcher, was like, if you ever want to do some like light butchery work, breaking down chickens and pork shoulders and stuff, let me know. So I started doing that, and it sort of like sparked an interest in me. So I started apprenticing for free. I did that for about a year and then left to go butcher full time. I remember calling my papa, Seymour, when I got my first apprenticeship. I could tell that he was hoping like it was something that didn't stick.
Well, I said, this is the funniest story, the funniest joke. You're joking with me and everything else. And she said no.
I really have my entire working life worked with my hands, and I enjoy that much more.
I trusted her and believed in her. As a matter of fact, I gave her some of my tools.
This is Papa's, Seymour's honing steel that he gave me. As soon as I started butchering full time, I gravitated toward sausage making immediately, and I realized pretty early on that I had like hit on an idea. As much as I believe in regenerative agriculture and all of that, there's just no way to sustainably eat meat every single night of the week. So I started sneaking a lot of vegetables into my sausages. I had set out to make 40 pounds of sausages, and after I'd mixed it all together, I weighed out the mix, and it was like 70-something pounds. I had essentially doubled my meat by adding vegetables to it. When I was working at Foster's and just like couldn't physically keep up with the demand was when I realized that it definitely was a scalable idea. It's been the last 2 years of working nonstop trying to get this to market. I went to close to 100 co-packers asking them if they would help me, and every single one of them said no, because what we're doing is more complicated. We finally found one co-packer outside of Kansas City, Missouri, the Phantasmas, and flew out to go see them, and they were like, sure, we'll try it.
Hey!
Hi!
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Hi! I really owe everything to them because they saw something in me, and they saw something in my idea that they thought was worth taking a risk on. I was making Lou and Mario like peel beets and dice them in the thing that makes bologna.
I believe it was the challenge. We've never done sausage with vegetables and meat combined at the amounts that she was looking for.
We immediately saw the drive that she had, the passion she had about the sausages she made.
We've always wanted to work with a sausage queen.
Oh my gosh! Vivi, do you want to help me prep some vegetables?
We went back and forth about the name for a long time. We had a few different iterations that just didn't stick, and I always wanted it to be Seymour.
These are cooking up fantastic. Look at those. They're just cooking up.
Gorgeous.
Gorgeous. I love her, and I said to her, no, don't call it Seymour Meats and Vegetables. I wanted her to call it something like Cara's Kitchen, because it really, it's her. And of course, I am humbled by what she did. And I'm very emotional about that.
We are all obsessed with Seymour. We love him and use him as a model of positivity and gratitude.
That's delicious.
So this is about honoring my whole family.
The truth of the matter is, Cara revolutionized the sausage business.
Make no mistake, this was not an easy process, and I almost quit many, many, many times.
Cara went to Whole Foods and they bought her product immediately. I mean, I can lie awake at night thinking how remarkable it is that she was able to achieve that, and I'm very proud of her.
Butchering is a really, really difficult job with very little financial payoff, but I would not do anything differently. Women make really good butchers and really good cooks, really good chefs. I think the more of us that are in this industry, the better.
I understand what it takes to accomplish what she's accomplished. And let me tell you, it is no easy feat. And it didn't happen overnight for Cara. And it's just a beginning as far as I'm concerned.
I love you so much.
There are a few things that make me happier than physically farming. Big, sweaty, kind of brutal tasks. I think I've always known in some form that this farm and this work around connecting people and land needed to exist.
You wanna be free of your anxiety, just so catchy. I think the wind likes it.
My name is Leah Penniman, and I'm the founding co-director at Soulfire Farm in Grafton, New York. Soulfire Farm is a Black Indigenous-led community farm that's dedicated to ending racism in the food system and training up the next generation of activist farmers. Between 1% and 2% of farms are Black-owned, which is down from a peak of 14% of Black-owned farms in 1910. And this is not because Black folks don't want to farm. This is because of a whole legacy of discrimination, of institutional racism. I grew up in a small rural town called Ashburnham, Massachusetts. I'm the oldest of 3, and we were, for most of our childhood, the only brown kids in our entire school. And we experienced just a lot of social exclusion and racial bullying. It ranged from taunting, being called names, to assumptions about our intelligence. The land and the forest were a salvation for me. I attended every single farming conference that I could afford to go to. But by my late teens, early 20s, I started to get disillusioned because I'd look around at these farming conferences and all the presenters were white, and I looked around and there was only a handful of people of color. A mentor of mine said something so important to me at that time. She was just like, look, don't give up. I know that right now it seems like you're out of place, but remember that our ancestors have been farmers for millennia, and that our ancestors built the agricultural system of this country on their backs. I was really grateful that she was there and encouraged me to stick with it. My partner Jonah and I were living in the south end of Albany, New York with our then infant children, Nashima and Emmett. And despite our master's degrees and over a decade of farming experience, found it impossible to get fresh food for our children. There were no supermarkets, no farmers markets, no available community garden plots. The only food is a corner store, a liquor store, and a McDonald's. This system of segregation is termed by the government a food desert. To us, there's nothing natural about apartheid. So we call it what it is, it's food apartheid. It comes out of a legacy of redlining and housing discrimination, of divestment from communities of color, and has resulted in the situation today where if you're white, you're 4 times as likely to have a supermarket on your block than if you're Black. You're more likely to have diabetes, heart disease, and other diet-related illnesses, not because you don't know how to eat, but because there is a scarcity of affordable, culturally appropriate quality food that's accessible. And so we work to establish a community garden right on the corner plot near our home. So when our neighbors found out that we knew how to farm, they encouraged us to start the Farm for the People, and the idea for Soulfire Farm was born. We purchased the land in 2006, and it took us 4 years to transform this marginal, degraded, and vacant land into human habitat and suitable farmland. And we opened the farm in 2011 with a small food distribution program that went right to our neighbors in the South End. A couple thousand folks roll through here every year to attend our farm training programs.
The rest of you are just going to contemplate and pray for the strawberries' happy homemaking.
There are 8 of us working here on the farm. We have an amazing team. We have a number of day-long programs and week-long camps for youth who are interested in farming, and a whole lot of community days and workshops on particular skills. It's really whatever our community is asking us for, we do our best to provide. Our most popular is the week-long BIPOC Fire, stands for Black Indigenous People of Color, Farming in Relationship with Earth. We have folks coming from 37 states and 3 countries this year, Spanish and English speakers, young and old. And we spend a week together doing hands-on-the-land training. We have a number of courses on business management, marketing, as well as crop planning. If you count everyone who's gone through any program, we have over 10,000 alumni. We provide ongoing and forever mentorship. We hook folks up with jobs, land, fellowships, and other opportunities. Land is the place where the lynchings, the beatings, the enslavement, the sharecropping took place. And so there's no way to escape the trauma associated with that. And so a big part of what I and we are trying to do at Soulfire is to reach back across the narrative of the hundreds of years of land-based oppression to Cleopatra's, compost piles and the raised beds of the Ovambo people in Namibia, to reach back to the work of Dr. George Washington Carver, creating regenerative agriculture, and Dr. Booker T. Watley with Farm to Table. So to really reclaim the dignity of it is super important. If we can't feed ourselves, we can't truly be free.
All right, so everyone who's part of the tour, just come a little closer. We'll go ahead and get started. We're gonna travel around the farm together, get a chance to visit some of the sacred sites, hear the stories, and you can ask your questions as well as we go. So follow me this way.
Community Farm Day is our monthly public event where volunteers come from all around the region to share in the labor of the land, to have a potluck lunch, and then to participate in a tour and Q&A session. It's the one time that the farm's open to the public. Now, what's very important with strawberries is that their meristem or growth point is right here. So what do you think happens if you bury that?
Drowning.
It will not grow. We have a bunch of different teams working on different tasks, including transplanting the fall strawberries, cleaning and curing the garlic and onions, harvesting potatoes, removing some of the materials and supplies that we're done with for the season. And Jonah will be working with some volunteers, many of whom have traveled 3 or 4 hours just to get here today. We have a lot of teens that come through the farm, and not all of them are going to be farmers, but they see folks who look like them following their dreams and being their own bosses and running their own institutions. What matters to me is that they can see a wider vision of what's possible for their own lives.
This is what we're trying to get to, so it's great to see it in person. Yeah, just a goal. It makes my heart flutter. Like, honestly, I'm so inspired.
When I say 5, you say minutes. 5. Until lunch, which means you should please help all the teams clean up and put everything away.
She tried to.
We do doorstep delivery of vegetables, eggs, pastured meat, and herbs, and folks can actually pay for that using their EBT benefits. The vast majority of people say that having those vegetables has made a huge difference in their health, whether that's a reduction in blood pressure or cholesterol or overall sense of well-being. And especially for our lower income members, many of them say if it wasn't for those vegetables, they'd literally be eating ramen and boiled pasta and canned foods because they simply don't have anywhere to get, fresh food like we offer. There's nothing that makes me happier than seeing our alumni farm. So for example, Dallas Robinson in North Carolina just recently opened the Harriet Tubman Farm. Folks like Keisha Cameron outside of Atlanta, Georgia at High Hog Farm. Fundamentally, I want to create a different kind of educational environment for young people that I never got to experience, where you can go ahead and be proud to be a soil nerd, and you also will have your culture uplifted, your heritage uplifted, and be affirmed for who you are and encouraged to pursue your wildest dreams.
I see Leah and I stand there and I listen to her and I'm just in complete awe. Like I feel a physical reaction in my body and I just want to be quiet and listen.
I've had mixed feelings in the past around doing public speaking. It always seemed like the real work was here on the farm and then I'd go out and just talk about the real work. And something shifted for me when I witnessed how many people who heard our talks then went on to join a program to learn how to farm, or did something like give away their land to a Black farmer. It's really an honor and pleasure to be here with all of you. I feel excited, I feel deeply pleased to talk about two of my favorite things, which are the earth and the ancestors and what they want us to be up to.
Skull caps, you're gonna grow so strong, so we wrote this song.
Our waiting list for our training programs is years long. Our people are yearning, right? Some of us confuse the scene of the crime, which was the land, with the crime. But the fact is the land has always had our back. In fact, we survived because of that connection with the land. My hope is that we spread our love, our knowledge, our resources out through the network of Black and brown farmers so that 10, 20 years from now, people will be like, wait, what's Soulfire again? Because there's literally right around the corner a Black and brown led teaching farm, so that it becomes so commonplace that we have to remind our children about a time when all the land was white owned and a time when all the farmers were exploited, because that's become such a distant memory.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm here at Vermilion. It's a restaurant in downtown Chicago. They specialize in Latin and Indian food. I'm going to tell you about all these mouth-watering dishes in just a minute. But first, I want to introduce you to a group of 4 women restaurateurs who formed a sisterhood, and they're helping hundreds of women across the country, keeping their women-owned restaurants open. Plus, we're going to talk about a way that you can help some of these restaurants in your own cities as well. In one word, what does it take to be a woman restaurateur?
Guts. I think a sense of humor. Resilience.
Flexibility.
For these 4 women, the COVID crisis crippled their livelihoods. They struggled to keep their dining rooms open as restaurants shut down in cities across the country.
7 of the 10 restaurants on my block are closed.
Rohini Day, mother of 2 and owner of Vermilion Restaurant in Chicago, thought COVID might shatter 18 years of work she put into her restaurant.
4 months was a complete abyss of trying to figure out, do I even want to be in this industry, given the safety issues, given the trauma to our staff, all laid off, trying our best to support them.
But she took action, creating Let's Talk. What is Let's Talk?
Let's Talk is an action-led movement of women business owners who own restaurants, and our goal is to help each other survive this crisis and to grow in the long term.
What started as a small group of women restaurant owners in the Windy City now includes more than 350 female restaurant owners nationwide.
I'm just blown away at what we've done in this small little time.
I spoke with Rohini and Let's Talk members in Boston, Atlanta, and Oakland. How many of you at any point thought you might lose your restaurants? Everybody?
It's just, I never thought this could happen, where we would be in this type of position.
And to be honest, I still am not out of the woods. I just keep moving forward and hoping for the best.
During the pandemic, an estimated 110,000 restaurants closed for good. That's 17% of the nation's eateries. And according to the National Restaurant Association, some 2.4 million restaurant employees are still out of work.
I had no idea if it was going to reopen again.
May German and her husband Nelson had opened a new restaurant in Oakland just days before the pandemic hit.
Hitting our 1-year anniversary, but our dining room has only been open for 14 days. We were really thrilled to join Let's Talk.
For these women, Let's Talk serves as a resource and a sisterhood to share ideas for how to keep going.
That learning from each other is such a core part of Let's Talk. So every call that we have, we walk away with 10 to 15 different ideas.
We also tried everything under the sun. You know, we sold meal kits, we did virtual cooking demos and cocktail classes.
How important is it to have other people that you can lean on?
The restaurant industry for years has been male dominated. So to be a woman in this industry, you're already coming in knowing that you're going to be fighting an uphill battle. The camaraderie that we have together has only helped to, I think, position us and make us stronger.
For women like Deborah and Jen, this organization has been a lifeline.
It was a new village for me, and a village surrounded around women restaurateurs, which I have never had.
We have cross-color lines, diversity is everywhere, cultures from all over the world are in existence. Going to make sure each other gets out of this okay.
Hey guys, you can help women-owned restaurants all across the country by purchasing a meal through Let's Talk. You'll have it on International Women's Day, which is coming up Monday, March 8th. And you can find out all those details on today.com. I want to bring in Rohini Day. She's here. This is the founder of Let's Talk and also the owner of this restaurant. Rohini, phones are starting to ring already. I love it. Tell us about all this food. Where does it come from and how do people get a taste of it?
Vicky, so lovely to be here. This is just an example of what we're doing in Chicago for our International Women's Day dinner. Anything from my Indian Latin to Mexican to Vietnamese to Ethiopian, the gamut. Now, can you imagine a surprise multi-restaurant tasting menu led by your leading women restaurateurs, not just in Chicago, but in 9 different cities? I mean, what could be a better celebration? In pairing with a conversation with us on power and positive collaboration.
Rohini, when do people have to order by? And give us an idea of what's the menu starting price.
Yeah, so the price ranges by city. And it starts at $55 for a course of 4, a surprise dinner, to anywhere to a course of 10 for $150. And so this is going to be an extravagant way to support your women restaurateurs and feast.
I love it, and they'll get the meal on Monday. So, Rohini, before I let you go, there is one more thing. If you don't mind, could you take the lid off of this little silver dish here, and then could you just read what's on the card for me, please?
Absolutely. I did want to remind your viewers to please order by tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Tomorrow, get those orders in.
Now, this is something that's been served by today to
Yes.
us, so I have no idea. And so I'm just going to read it.
Yes, please.
Uber Eats was so inspired by your work that they decided to make an initial $10,000 contribution to the National Restaurant Association's Educational Foundation to support Let's Talk and women-owned restaurants like yours. Unbelievable. Thank you so much. That's the kind of tangible contribution we need. We urge all your viewers to back us, find us, support us. Thank you so much for
You are
showcasing us and
so welcome. It has been a pleasure, and I know how hard the restaurant industry has been hit. And as we talked about, half of people know a restaurant that they love has shut down during this pandemic. So order takeout, order catering, and support, especially for women-owned restaurants. Thank you so much.